Haven't heard.
Good morning.
Hey there. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi. Doesn't look bad.
Oh, yes, my daughter is now successful, it's destroyed all my remotes. And 5 televisions. Good Lord, and I couldn't watch any.
That is, that's a one very direct-minded and focused.
Oh, yeah,
She must be getting older.
She's don't like you ignoring her. She wants your attention, so.
There was something I read about a buzz in some electronics that attract
Really?
people with high hearing, and that's dogs.
Oh, yeah.
and
I was
cats.
saying, I didn't know my remote. I want to see if this one was behind the remote. Call.
Oh, no, don't sit out there.
I'm gonna put it on speaker because I can't hear it.
Automated.
Actually, they're nicer than those.
They are.
Who's the one I heard from my work? It's my work. My work, they don't on the answer before they're.
Oh, okay. You've seen those commercials or those memes, I guess they're called. It's you say representative.
Yeah, right.
Representative. And that reminds me of Tom, because I walked in one day and he was on the phone. Representative. Representative. Oh. I do a lot of stuff online. He's got to talk to somebody. And then he wants to, what's your name? Where are you, where am I calling? And if they say India, he's like, oh, where do you think, Tom? Funny.
You do have the right, I understand, when, if you get an overseas person to ask for,
Yeah, I've heard that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, you can ask them.
Because sometimes it's hard to understand what they say.
Yes.
Most of the time, they try, but
Well, it's a British accent on top of an English accent on top of
whatever.
whatever, and it just does, an Indian accent, I guess, and it just doesn't work. Also, there's so much noise in the background,
Mhm.
it's hard to cut it.
I guess the FCC is gonna come down on those, robocalls for your warranties. I saw that on the news. I'm so glad the senators are getting those calls as well. It always cracks me up when it says, "This is your last call."
Right. We've been trying to get a hold of you for weeks.
Right.
And it's not about the truck I have. It's about the car that Harvey ate.
Yeah,
Long ago.
the one I like the most is, and they call about your computer.
Oh, that one, yes.
And I say, I don't have a computer. You don't have a computer?
Yeah,
I
no.
you know, but no. And they're like baffled.
Yeah,
They don't know what to say after that.
Doesn't say how to deal with that.
So. Oh,
Oh, I looked up the menu for Boots.
Yes,
That potato thing sounds so good. Just,
yeah, and they'll put whatever you want on it. They do, loaded with, all the vegetables and stuff and cheese and,
mhm.
and brisket. I always get the brisket.
brisket, yes, that one sounded just. Yes, probably go this week.
Well, they were closed this morning, so. I don't know if they'll be open this week or not.
So that's 2 in a row.
Yeah,
Wonder if they're out of brisket or something.
It might not have workers, that's the sad part.
yeah, I think that's probably the problem. I mean, it's really just the three of them.
Yeah.
And,
Tom was in Aransas Pass last night, so he stopped by at some chicken place to get chicken strips. And they gave him 18 pieces of chicken. And he's like, he said it was unbelievable. They had one person in there. She was handling the window as well as the dine-in
And cooking.
and cooking. And he said it was just horrible. And he said, I should have never stopped it. I said, well, it's not her fault. I mean, it's,
well, this Golden Chick
mhm,
place where Starbucks used to be.
Yeah.
Burger King.
yeah.
They always end up giving us, extra everything, right?
Mhm.
Because my wife, they have catfish.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She loves to get catfish. And then she'll get me chicken, but they have all kinds of sides, green beans and mashed potatoes and macaroni and cheese. This is the Golden Chick.
Oh, the one here in Northwood?
Yeah,
They stopped serving green beans at Popeyes. And I like them.
yeah. Well, these are really good. I like them. But she came back the other day because I wanted, I like, they have, roasted chicken.
Yeah.
Mm.
And anyway, when she went, they didn't have it, right? So she ended up they gave her like 2 orders of, another chicken, the crispy chicken or something like that. And double the amount of sides and stuff like that. They're really nice people. I mean,
I'll have to try them again. I tried them when they first started.
I was the same way.
Not impressed.
Yeah.
It was like,
Yeah.
But maybe they learned how to use the.
The deep fryer.
Yeah, the deep fryer.
Push the button.
When years ago, well, you in this area, Bill Miller's in San Antonio, if you went within an hour of their closing time,
Yeah,
they would give you slices of pie. They just wanted them out of there.
yeah.
And so you could get half a pie or whatever, and it was just free.
Gosh.
Sometimes they would ask you what kind, but other times they just throw it in. And that was, they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, there are a couple places that, back when the lady here yesterday from Goliad,
Mhm.
the Impresario restaurant, I used to love that place.
Yeah.
It was really home style cooking.
Yes.
And they had, pies that I assume they made them there,
I think they did.
but they're, their lemon meringue
The
and
meringue was.
chocolate meringue, I mean, the meringue was
Oh,
I would actually eat a meringue pie if they made them. I love that, and it was always good food and reasonable. And then, I don't know. I guess I was just overtook them.
Well, so
Yeah,
many places the kids don't want to take over, so they just close.
Yeah,
I think that's happening, I think more feed is a good example.
Same
of
thing,
that, yeah.
what do you, oh, yeah, more.
Because the kids work there, but they did not want to take it over. They had other plans, and so we finally just. stand.
Yeah. That's a hard job, dealing with the public, they can make more money in a private.
Then you come like on a nothing.
Nothing.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kathy sent me.
yeah, she had,
Yeah, I'll be back.
okey doke.
Let's make sure we open this.
Okay, so tell me again, I hate to keep asking this. And I don't care, but how much do we get paid?
$100 a day, and it's actually 50 and 50.
Okay, so if you don't show up in the afternoon, you don't get paid.
Technically, yeah. I mean, that's the way it's written. I've never actually kept track of,
Right. Is how they do it.
and I don't know that they're terribly
So,
precise.
so it's 100.
Yeah,
I think 150.
Interesting what you were saying. Chick place.
yeah,
Because I went to Popeyes last night and actually, they hadn't had green beans for a long time. I've always liked their green beans. Mashed potatoes, are good.
mhm.
Wings are good.
Oh, they're red beans and rice. It's delicious.
Yes, I like that.
So, and they have macaroni and cheese too, which I know my husband's kept on.
Yeah, they have
They have
that
green
too.
beans.
They have green beans, they have macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes. Trying to
I feel like
think.
coleslaw.
Yeah, I'm trying,
Okra?
they do, actually.
Okay.
That's another reason why I like it.
Oh, they do have okra.
Yeah.
Oh, they have ocean?
Yes.
Because I don't always feel like driving all the way over to Pioneers or whatever it is,
This is the one here.
the one in Aransas past the chicken place.
Yeah, the churches. or-
Churches.
Churches, yeah.
Yes, Pioneer went out of business.
Yeah.
Are there, I've never been there, are there wings and things good?
I've never had those. I just usually get like 2 or 3 pieces, and they have regular.
Restaurant.
Yeah, and they have roasted chicken, which I like. Yeah, and that's always, and it's got a good flavor too.
How did that comment that one thing is sandwich or just?
No, just regular, yeah.
Just roasted chicken?
Mhm.
Oh.
Same as like you get other styles. Except that's just how they make the roasted chicken.
Oh.
Yeah, and
You know, they have roasted chicken. I
And it's
like
not-
roasted chicken.
I'm thinking just within the last 6 months, they started doing that.
Okay.
And it, you don't know if it was just something they were gonna try or. If they discontinued after a period of time. I mean, they've had it for a number of months now.
If I would imagine it was, I think it was some of the fried food.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm the same way. I went when they first opened and wasn't really impressed and probably would not have gone back if my wife hadn't started going there to get catfish. And,
Oh, they had catfish too.
yeah, that's.
I know,
But, oh, yes.
I shouldn't let on because, I mean,
You go to-
occasionally she goes there and it's, we're out.
So loud.
Sold out. And,
The catfish look like fried catfish fillets.
yeah.
I do too. I love it.
It's totally good.
And they have, I know they have tartar sauce.
That's what it is.
Oh, yeah, to go with the catfish.
The line's long.
Yeah, yeah, I've,
You go Popeye, sometimes it's real fast, other times it's like, oh man.
oh, they annoyed me last time I was there, because I got to the window and they said, well, we just put down another set to cook and it'll be another 8 or 10 minutes.
Yeah. I think that happened.
And I said, okay, fine, right? They said, you pull over there, and I waited 20 minutes, and finally the guy came over and said, oh, well, I thought you were parked on the other side. You know,
Oh, gee.
I had that
morons, I mean, just.
last time I was, not last time, a couple times ago. Didn't have any wings. Like, how could not
You know,
have wings?
that's, yeah, someone else told me that they didn't have wings. I know it.
Yeah.
I love wings.
Sometimes places, like they run out of stuff and.
Or you haven't got a cook, what is the problem here? You're
Yeah,
asking
you go to
for
Dairy
that
Queen
problem.
right now, we don't have any ice cream today. It's
Yeah,
like,
really.
what? It's like kind of.
McDonald's, their ice cream machines are always.
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 Yeah.
Someone told me they got a real good deal on the ice cream makers. And the only thing they had to do was sign a contract for repairs to go with their ice cream. So basically, they're set to break down because that's where the company makes it.
Right.
I like the rice ball.
They kept out one of the parts.
Mhm. Well, let's go ahead and open at least, and that way we won't get chastised for it. We are actually online, so,
Oh, are we?
yeah, so,
There's something.
but it doesn't look like we have anything. this morning. So it
At
is
8:30.
Wednesday, July 27th at 8:35, and we are convening a session of the Aransas County Critical Review Board. We have a quorum. Okay, so we are now just in the
Holding pattern.
holding pattern, waiting to see if anything comes up for this morning.
You're not gonna do this afternoon.
No.
I won't do it next Wednesday. I have to leave. I don't know what time it is. It's 12:30.
I have a 2:00 appointment with Oracle, so I won't go. I can't come back and then leave because I can't get to Corpus that fast. I guess I could if broke the speed limit, but that wouldn't be fun.
Every time I do that, I get stopped, so.
I tell you, man, I don't speed either.
Mistake, I will, but I don't.
On 35, when I leave Holiday Beach, that speed limit is 55 all the way in. And they always have either a state trooper out there or a sheriff deputy out there. Just handing out tickets, because it's a straight shot and there's nothing around and you go, okay, so I'll drive 65, 70,
What's the speed limit on the bridge?
55.
I got a ticket on 20,000 all.
Mhm.
Nobody ever rode. Well, I was by myself. No idea if I was doing this, whatever. No chance, but I was on my knees.
Okay.
And he got me.
It's easy to do
He
that.
said, and I was so in La La Land that I never heard them. I'm going.
And I love when they walk up to the door and say, do you know how fast you're going to be?
Exactly. No, I do not.
Apparently too fast or you wouldn't have stopped.
Yes, you
I'm the
do.
only person on the nothing company.
I know it.
That way.
So it's before you get to Holiday Beach, it goes from 75 to 70 and then 55. All the way in, coming this way. So when I leave, I'll speed up to 55 or maybe 57 and set my cruise control. And I invariably see them on the side of the road and they've got somebody pulled over. If you set your cruise control, it's,
I never use my cruise control.
I use mine all the time.
I don't like to make control.
Mm.
Just a weird feeling. So
Yeah. When you go to Austin, we usually take the toll bridge. It's 85. It's like, whoa. And I mean, they're zipping by you, 85 speed limit.
It what is this, outside of Austin?
I'd say, yeah, that toll road.
Okay,
You don't have to go through 30, I guess it's what, 35, 37, 37. And, it's like 85, wow, that is fast.
oh, this is when you go up to like San Antonio? Or,
No, it's right after San Antonio.
okay, because 37 is going to Corpus, so 35 is the interstate.
35.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever,
Yeah.
you don't have to go through all the, down to, you can almost kind of buy, you gotta get back on the freeway. though.
Yeah,
I've only done it once and decided I would never do it again.
Really?
85 is scary.
Well, I don't know, who's driving.
People are getting more difficult.
Well, it's not only that, because everybody's a little nudging over that. So you've got these people going 90,
Yeah.
95 past you. And
It's pretty bad.
and they're chasing each other and.
I have not been to Austin for a long
I
time.
have.
It's just, and the
Don't
last,
go.
man, the last time I went up there, of course, we lived there for 30 years and was trying to find our old house, because we lived north of Leander,
Mm,
and it was out in a rural area. You had to take a county road.
Yeah,
And go off of 1431, which goes from Cedar Park over to Round Rock. And when we first moved out there, it was 2 lanes to right where you make the left to get on our county road, and then there was no highway. Right? That was when they first started putting in the highway. Oh, it's 4 lanes all the way.
mhm,
And so anyway, you take a left off 1431, you go down about a mile and you're on a county road, and then you make another right, and then our area was off on the left. So with that new highway, 183A or something like that, it's a bypass around Cedar Park and Leander, and I got on 1431 and geez, I mean, there's overpasses and stuff, and I said, where do I make my turns? So the only way I found to get in, and this was actually looking at Google Maps on the maps thing on the phone and everything, and I had to go through a parking lot of a strip center to get to the backside of the strip center where the county road was, right? That was the only way I could figure to get there. Hello.
Hello.
No.
Making sure that I mean, to our knowledge, we haven't seen any affidavits.
Okay,
We haven't
we're,
seen.
we need,
Yeah, there is one person that indicated that they want to do phone, but they haven't turned in their phone affidavit. They haven't turned that in, so I don't know. But they haven't called in today either, so we don't know what's going on.
all right, well,
Couldn't know by 10 o'clock either, I'm sure.
Well, it's not, y'all
Yeah.
usually wait 15 minutes, is that right?
Yeah.
So y'all still have another 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Or-
Do we have any?
We're in no rush.
affidavits that we could do?
I don't know, but I can check. Yeah,
yeah, check for us.
yeah.
Thank you.
Certainly.
On television, remote scope is working, but I got screwed up so bad, I couldn't. I had to lock my last before I had a small community kitchen.
now,
So what did
Dish, they'll overnight them to me tomorrow, and then you can do the online,
programming
or whatever. I got the kids work tomorrow.
Because usually they
called them
say,
last night, I see it was about 8 o'clock or 8:30. You know what, smart, I just saw you working for 20 years. This would be possible if you come over, turn on one of my televisions and I can't figure it out again. Well, we have company, I said, never mind.
My,
It's boring when you go, used to watching
yeah,
some of the, like Hannity, or I like to watch Hannity, whatever.
what do you want?
Hannity. I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
Fox.
I never watched it.
Or Netflix. Well, I was watching a really good Netflix series and I'm so.
Yeah.
I'm really pissed off last night.
I know. What series are you watching?
It's continuation of Roger Moore.
Yes, I watched it.
That's good.
I streamed it all this last weekend.
Yeah.
It's real good.
Are you finished with it?
Yeah.
They're filming another season.
Mhm.
I can't wait through this latest.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In my, let's use DirecTV, I guess I have in Berkeley. And the TV, well, usually these flat panel TVs don't last terribly long, but this one's been like, 15 years old. It's still working fine.
TV, obviously.
No, it's not. But the remote, the DirecTV remote doesn't work
Yeah.
to power off everything. Like if I set it to power off you push the system off or something like
You
that.
still have to turn the TV off, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't do that. So you could he said you could set it so it would turn the TV off, or you could set it so it would turn the DirecTV box off.
Yeah.
So for years, all I do is I just have the button and it just turns the TV off. So my regular DirecTV box is always on. It's been on for, 15 years.
My husband he watched television and he was a button pusher.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that's Tom.
I'm
Mhm.
telling you, I watch television someplace, but if you got to screw it up somehow or whatever, then you just start pushing buttons and then.
It's even messed up
Now
more.
it gets. Yeah. Anything, I never learned to touch my computer because.
Tom does that
Try
with
to-
his,
try
Cell phone or anything like that.
he does that with his cell phone.
Oh, gee,
And then he'll say, could you fix it? What did you do?
I pushed a button. Well, maybe
It's
two.
funny.
Yeah.
My wife does it. The other night she's-
He's so,
In the
he gets so
back.
excited when I show him how to do stuff.
That's cool.
My phone can do that with Tom, yes. Silence, calls that you don't recognize or if they're not in your contact. And well, I have Robo Killer and it works really great. I hardly get any spam calls anymore. But he got scammed the other day and I kept telling him, you keep answering your phone and they're gonna get you. No, I just like to mess with them. Hey, yes,
He said yes.
and he got scammed and
money?
yeah, $1,000.
Yeah.
It's some scam company and they said something about his account needed to be updated or something. It was from Wells Fargo and he had to put in that code and he did it. And he said it looked legit. I said, yeah.
I've been getting one saying, I don't have a PayPal account. The PayPal account's in charge.
Oh, yeah, they did that.
$900 some odd dollars for achieving. Put on how much in Bitcoin, and I just
Yeah.
didn't want it because I don't
If nobody has shut up,
Okay,
just let you know.
all
Please,
right.
back at it again. Okay,
Thank you. But what happened is they got into his checking account. And, he called Wells Fargo and they had, they shut down his credit cards and then they shut down his checking account. And so he had to get new checking.
God.
And, it was, he got his money back.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did get the money back, but
That,
I said, that's why you don't do these. And Amazon's good. They send you these Amazon things.
Yes, that's the
Someone
one
just
I get.
bought, an
I'm just
iPhone.
verifying. Yes.
And he read that to me. It was an email and he read that to me. And I said, oh, that's a scam. He wouldn't, he said, no. So he said, I need to call Amazon. And it's very hard to get in touch with Amazon. And, I found the 800 number. But I told him, I said, go in and check your orders. And he did and nothing showed up, but that wasn't good enough. He's named Thomas for a reason. Doubting Thomas. So, it's just weird the way they just make all these things look so real.
It do, it looks like the real.
It does.
one of the weirdest scams I ever had was telephone call. Years ago. They're still out there doing it. And somebody will call and say, this is Lieutenant blah blah from the Mexico City Police Department.
Yes,
We have your grandson here.
yes.
And of course, get your attention. I have several grandsons and I'm gonna put them on the line for you. So he did. It's hi grandma. It's, they don't give their name.
Yeah, right.
But it sounded like. Been there. What in the world are you doing in Mexico City? Well, a friend of mine got some free tickets and we just, thought we'd fly on down here and we met some guys and went out with them and they had drugs. We got stopped for drugs. So, they've got me, in jail or whatever. And then the mechanic, but we can get it out, we can get them on the home, about, say $1,000 close. And I almost did it. Because it was so convincing, and the kid says, grandma, I never do drugs and all that. And, so it was just the people that we met that would do that. So finally, I said, this. Coast City, it's still in Wisconsin. Yeah, but they do that. So now what I do is, now I know what the game is. As soon as they call and say, my grandma, what's your sister's name?
Yeah, right.
I just do it.
Well, I got a call like that and it was too. Yeah. I'm in trouble.
Oh,
And I
my
said,
goodness.
who is this? It's your son. And I said, which one? What's your name? And they threw out some name, and I knew it wasn't because I recognized voice, but it's like, which one?
I went through a period with my business checking account at IBC. And with these ACH transactions, right? Electronic transactions were, and a lot of times you pay a bill and it gets turned into an ACH, from the utility company or something, rather than them sending the check in. So I wasn't having a lot of activity on the account anyway. So I wasn't checking it a lot. But then I noticed, they started having these ACH transactions coming in.
My ACH, yeah.
It's automatic clearinghouse, I think, or something like that, or automated clearinghouse. And it's kind of like a wire transfer, only
Okay.
it's only
Money coming in or money going out?
either way.
Either way.
In your case.
Well, in this case, it was money going out, okay? And then, so, and what they'll try and do is evidently is they'll process one of these ACH transactions for $2 or something like that. And if they see it goes through, then they start with the bigger amounts of money. And then they actually had checks made.
Oh, gee.
And, I have no idea how they had how they got my account number, because there was, I don't write any checks on the account, so it wasn't like somebody intercepted something in the mail or something like that. But somehow they got an account number that worked, and of course the routing code for the bank and stuff like that. And these checks they looked just 100% legitimate. They had all the stuff on the bottom that was the routing code and the account number and so on. But that was it, the name on the check, the bank it was from, all that kind of stuff, which is totally bogus. Right? And it took me a couple months to finally get all that squared away.
Who did you work with?
Well, it was IBC Bank.
Oh, okay.
And the only really annoying thing was these ACH transactions, these electronic transactions, they turned those around and credited me pretty darn quickly. And what we did was they closed that account, and they put what they called $1 million hold, which showed, you know, it said like there was the account balance was minus $900,000 or something like that. So there couldn't be any, or if there were any transactions that came in trying to debit that account, it really raised a flag and so on. And those they turned around within a day or two to credit money back if it actually didn't get caught. But I had 2 checks that were written for, you know, it was Neiman Marcus and Saks or something like that. Somebody was trying to pay a bill. And it took over 2 months for IBC to credit me with the money, credit me back the money. They finally did, but, and when you look at the terms and conditions of the account, you know, you have a very short period of time after that happens, after, you know, a bad check comes in to identify it to them. Otherwise, it has to go through this lengthy process. Yeah. Well, and I mean, it was, I can't say they were, that really soured me on IBC. I mean, we have our personal checking accounts there and such, and I still have the 2 business accounts, but I moved all of my stuff over to Prosperity. Who I've been really pleased with. I mean, they've been always good.
Yeah, I received, you know, they built that monster building.
Yeah.
And
Well, yeah.
you go in there and it's like a.
Different, yeah.
There's nobody in there.
Yeah.
Is that the one on the corner?
Yeah, very big back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you go through the drive-through, you don't hold your breath because it take forever to. It's probably faster than going in, but.
Yeah.
And you know, in Beeville, they probably got at least two bank buildings.
Yeah, big one.
Yeah, another big one in Portland.
Yeah.
There on the highway. And, I would occasionally go use the ATM machine. Particularly when I was in Beeville. And normally I go through the ATM drive-through, where the bank building is. But there's a Murphy's gas station at the Walmart on the north side of Beeville, right? And they've got an IBC ATM card kiosk. So, I mean, it's got all the logos, IBC Bank and blah, blah, blah. And I went to use it one time and it wanted to charge me $250, right? I had it, you know, for a bank.
You had
for
your
an ATM,
IBC,
And
yeah.
I had my IBC card, you know, and that's why I didn't do it there. I don't know if it was a problem or issue with their. No, and that was the
It should
thing.
be your free, you know.
Yeah, right. That's the whole reason to go to a logo ATM.
It's 18, I don't know if you ever used it, you know, I can see that. It faces directly into the sun.
Yeah, yeah.
You come up to it and you have to, you know, like, wait, as close as you possibly can get to it, because it's all, you know, clouded by the sun.
Yeah,
And then you push the wrong button, and it deletes your transaction and all.
yeah. I've had, and some of these ATM machines are better, like the one at Prosperity Bank had a button that you can cause the screen to tilt.
Oh, how nice.
So if if you're in a regular, smaller car, it can be this way, and then, an SUV like this and a pickup, it can tilt it up. But even then, it's still the angle and such and such. So I always just, when I go to these ATMs, I
Just get out.
get out of my car, and
Yeah.
do it, standing in front of it.
Somewhere. I had a little BMW, and that's the sports car, and whenever I went through that, I actually, get out of the car.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Down here and open the door and I'll try to smash it into the machine and.
Yeah, and Walgreens is annoying from that standpoint. When I go in my truck to the Walgreens pharmacy drive-through,
It's way down.
yeah, it's way down here, right? So I gotta take off my seatbelt, gotta lean out of the window and stuff just to.
And then there's that word you're never gonna get back.
Falling out.
I don't know what's going on, I can see, because these local ranch here, There is a little banks, but it's simply every desk is empty.
And all the
They're all
people
that
now,
way. They're all that way. I mean, Wells Fargo, you go in
really?
and there's maybe one officer there.
I think
You know, all those offices along that one, thing, maybe one of those is open.
they've had I think all these companies are having staffing issues because the people that used to work there at IBC, they're all gone now. They're retired, right? And I mean, remember Don Hanks? I remember Don Hanks. Yeah, I know, I saw him.
Like, God, I know.
Real nice guy. And,
He left there and went to Value,
yeah,
and then he retired.
yeah. And then there was a gal working at IBC here, Mamie Flores, who was,
Well, she was there for a long time.
yeah, she recently retired. And I think they just have trouble getting kids or, younger people to,
Not,
They pay badly and their attitude toward their staff is real bad. I mean,
I tried to move my safety deposit box and it's like, that way normal for that one person who had the keys.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other reason I have an IBC, thing, that's, I have safety deposit box there, but, we should really get into.
Really.
but it's just the idea that, you shouldn't have to wait forever for them to find the person that has the key to, yeah.
So different.
It is different from even, 5-10 years ago. Also different. Service is just
They didn't
gone.
have all the big driving crews, no kiosks, no teenagers, but did they?
Not that I
I
recall.
don't think so.
The drive-throughs they've had for
Well,
years.
the drive-through, but I mean, the kiosks and you can. Talking about, I don't even know what stuff.
I think they've had those for a while.
It seems like Europe got on the ATM card bandwagon
Oh, they
earlier
did, yeah.
than the US.
Well, Vegas did real quick.
Yeah.
Thank God for them. It's like, okay, I'm out of money, now what I gotta do? ATM.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true. But the ATMs have been around for a long time. For a while, you couldn't drive. You had to get out of your car and walk up to the bank.
Yeah, right. 'cause it's
Yeah,
outside.
attached in your bank. Yeah,
Yeah,
which was a little dangerous at late at night.
yeah, exactly.
No, nowhere, nothing. It's just,
It was a big thing I was watching the other day on. You ever watch Greg Gutfield?
Yeah,
Cracks me up.
yeah.
Was it him or no? I think it was Jesse Waters. Was talking about Gavin Newsom and how basically stupid he is. He didn't use the word stupid. He used the word something wrong with him. Anyway, that state is in this, disaster. And he's probably going to run for president. Like, you gotta be kidding me. You're an idiot.
Well, it's guys like him and de Blasio in New York. I mean, how they
Cuomo.
they have no concept of how messed up they made things.
They think California, I know Gavin Newsom thinks California, whatever we do in California, the other states follow. Well, normally they're running in the opposite.
Right.
direction. What California doing. Yeah, they have the highest. I forget what the number is, the big percentage is.
Did you ever see?
yeah, but there's also a reality to it. People who are homeless move across the country. And you get to California.
Can't go any further.
We've talked about that for years. Because in the spring, you would see these movements out in the cold area and
Yeah, because it's like, you don't want to be home.
and then you're in an area that is so expensive, there's no way you can ever pull yourself out of that there.
And some of them don't want to. I think some of them.
Yeah.
People like.
No, that's their way of life. They've gotten used to it. They're comfy with it,
Several years ago, I went to San Francisco with some ladies from the art museum in Corpus. And this was my first time being in California, San Francisco. And the homeless there were I was like, And, you know, I felt like, God, where have I been all my life, you know, I didn't realize it was, I mean, they were on the streets and with the courts and it was sad. Oh, it was like in February, so it was really cold. It's cold in San Francisco. Get that wind blowing off the Pacific, man, it's,
The coldest I've ever been was in Sausalito.
yeah.
You know, I wasn't dressed for it. I lived in Texas and I brought like a shawl or something.
It was
Even
cold.
froze to death.
We took the ferry over to Sausalito, and I mean, beautiful city,
It is.
but like, wow.
Yeah, San Francisco, I don't know how anybody wants to live there.
It's crazy. Back then, it, you know, this was like probably at least 20 years ago, 25 years ago. I went there and
But it's cool everywhere, yeah, I mean, along the coast.
Yeah, it
It
is
doesn't
pleasant.
matter what, yeah.
that
Well,
was cold.
no, it can get cold.
Yeah.
It's just it's a very damn cold.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Depends on which side of the hill you live on, Seattle. The ocean side or the other side of it, there's a whole different temperature range in there.
You know, people live in love, though, they.
Yeah, you always have a jacket in the car, you just always, you know, have these things.
My
my theory.
brother-in-law lived in Seattle. He worked, brother-in-law worked for Boeing, and so they transferred to Seattle. She hated it. You
I
know,
went to rented.
well, they were from Louisiana.
Yeah.
Oh, gee.
So it's like, and the rain was just horrible.
And they probably were there during the years when they had really bad weather. Because the summer I was up near Seattle, it was. We saw the sun out of 3 months, maybe 5 days. It was overcast the whole rest of the time. It was, everybody was depressed. Even the locals were saying this is too much. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because it's depressing.
It's interesting, years ago, when I was a headhunter, and tried to recruit people out in the Northwest, they would leave.
Well, you know,
It's
this,
just like to move to, you know. Houston,
Where the sun
Texas,
shines.
Massachusetts, sometimes I go, no, I love it here, you know, like.
well, I understand when it's like, I guess summertime, it's beautiful. I had some clients who moved, transferred from Seattle to Portland. He worked for Oxy. And they were from New Orleans, but they had lived in Seattle for several years, and she hated Texas. They moved back to Seattle, and I thought, girl,
You know, you get used to that, it's like people in Alaska, you can't get them to move.
no. Well, it's Alaska's beautiful. I would go.
But they find, you know,
The winters are not.
you want to get, I've been there the winter. Extended period, and it gets pretty dreary, I mean, he's gone all the time.
Well, yeah, because of the, you know,
But likewise in the summer, you have all kinds of daylight. Yes.
And there's also not a lot to do during, I mean, you can't go out and do things, so it's in Alaska, it's home of the bars.
Yeah.
yeah,
No, but you know, the summertime is wonderful fishing.
Yes, oh yeah, the summers are gorgeous.
Same thing in the winter, you're there the best for it.
we were there in May.
We freezes the day, even in Pluto Bay.
Wow, that's.
Okay, that is great.
You can die in the summertime, you can freeze to death in the wintertime. I mean, they usually, and then some of the pump stations, see what you're coming on this pipeline, some of the pump stations south of them, you know, these. They, when they leave the work, you know, environment, and go into where they live. They have to have masks on, every part of your body has to be covered, you get frostbite, just going from here to there.
That's how it
Going
goes.
-1 degree. They go on, you have to check the lines sometimes, you know, there's snowmobiles, and, you know, and that down, anything that can cover every square inch of the body. And,
Might as well be on the moon.
yeah,
We were there in May, and things were just starting to wake up. Bears were coming up and coming out.
that's a good time to see bears.
Yeah, and but I do remember going to bed and the sun was still up and waking up the next morning. So I was like, wow,
Everybody has blackouts.
blackouts, yeah, you got to. So But that was a fun trip. We did the cruise in the passage. And, those were nice places we went to.
I haven't watched, there's a show that used to be on, I haven't watched it for a while, called Ice Road Truckers.
I knew.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen that on lately.
Yeah,
I
it is.
love that. It is.
Yeah.
Gee,
I don't know if they're new episodes or,
So they've changed, there's another name now of, I forget, there's that and then there's another one. And they're still on.
yeah.
In Alaska.
That was just amazing what they did, because it was all geometry and angles and speeds and stuff. I was really
Yes,
impressed.
not when they drive on ice, but melted ice with the trailer can just.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Crash
That
through.
was much long ago, actually. It's a girl driver. She does stuff like that. We didn't try and carry them up, so they can help each other out. Yeah, it's pretty scary. They lie and money to-
Yes,
Yeah.
that, they were discussing that, and I thought, oh my God.
We went to one of these little mining places, you pan for gold, tourist trap, And this one, it's one lady who was there, she had a nugget around her neck about this big, And someone asked her, aren't you afraid to get robbed? And she said, no, because I'm packing. I bet you didn't mess with her.
Everybody up there either has a gun on the plane.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
And so it was funny because we got little, chips. I've got a little pendant that I had made with all the little dust, gold chips or whatever they are out there.
Did you go into the alley?
Yes.
Took that like riding on
On
a
that
school bus, 8 hours. Yeah, so charged.
We did get to see the mountain though, when we were there, and we were fortunate because everyone was saying, oh, you could see the mountain, you could see the
I
mountain,
had 10 people come see it.
right? And so we were very fortunate.
We had a real unusual circumstance. We had taken that bus ride in there where my husband was like, he said, I'm not taking that bus back out again. So most you can walk.
That's the only way you know.
And you see that plane over there?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, a little private plane sitting over there, and I'm hiring a flying. So we did, but what we did find out was that it was a gorgeous day. And now it was all it's boring.
Yes.
So the pilot was just one of the couple that had it as well as us. So four of us in the pilot. So he circled the mountain numerous times.
Oh, how fun. Great.
He didn't know I was getting him on the bus back.
That was rough, yeah.
Now what they used to call washboard roads where it's,
Yes.
yeah.
But the equipment they put, I don't know what they do now, but this was like an old yellow school bus.
Yeah, it was. That's what it is.
So you're bouncing around, oh my God, man. So incredible, animals and terrorists.
Yeah, yeah, we saw a bear running across one of the mountains. That was kind of impressive, from a distance. I got some shots, but you just see this little brown spot jumping. Some people got to see him up real close. Or
I love to
closer.
see them with their cubs.
Yeah.
Cubs or something. You have two, that's pretty. Of course, they just, travel on and on and it's really.
It really is. And then, of course, we went to Santa's Village. What is it called? Oh, come on, I can't think. Hmm.
Not fair.
No, but it's close to Fairbanks. It's, it's the North Pole.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm thinking of.
yeah, the North Pole. And of course, it's a Christmas time. And so I had a little grandson who was like 3 or 4 at the time. And God wrote a letter and Santa sent him a letter. And he thought it was just the best thing,
That was it.
So every year they kept sending me, time for another Christmas card.
Now it's 30 or something.
Yes.
Are you still sending them to her?
We cut that out.
I think they would be more fun to get as an adult, but that's.
That's true. I never thought of that. He told me one day, it was so cute, you know, we were talking, he's such a smart kid, you know. And he was saying, you know, I'm not sure I believe in Santa. And I said, oh, but I do believe in God. So well, that's good.
So it was between
So
the two.
right,
Yeah, oh, God, Sam.
yeah. And it was funny when he said innocent, you know, I'm not sure I believe in Santa.
Gee, that's funny.
I haven't been here in this long. I've never been, there's really nothing in Fairbanks.
No, it really isn't.
It's a boring little city.
It is.
I've never, been every place else, but I haven't been there. Doesn't just go on business all the time.
Oh, yeah. I like Anchorage. When we were in Anchorage, I guess it was, they have a little, farmer's market or flea market or whatever,
Yeah.
every weekend. And, I enjoyed doing that. Oh, that
Yes.
was so much fun. And then with the sculptures, but they use the antlers and
You soapstone.
it was
I have being an animal from Alaska, and I've got a soapstone piece.
Oh, do you?
All kinds of collections. And there's some
we
that hung up on it.
we had a couple of things that we lost in Harvey, and I was really disappointed because we had the carvings, which is beautiful. Oh,
I've different ones that are, have eagles, moose,
mhm.
dolphin, any, you just name it, I've got one, but, I just had started a collection. They're expensive.
And what's the ubu, what is it, the knife, ubu, yeah. They kept telling
They
me.
never break gifts.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this?
Okay, so it's,
Oh, gee.
there's magnetic
Oh, yeah.
deals, right? The first is how to open, it, right? So now, once you open it, then you can make all different types of things and stuff.
It looks like one of those cootie things that we used to make.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, what's kind of interesting is, the advertise on the boxes, it does like 70 or 80 different shapes. Yeah, now that's good, because,
Sometimes you can't get there.
yeah, right, it takes a while to get it back. Well, you gotta, I think like right here, you can kind of, you gotta try it with your finger or something.
It's on Amazon.
Like that.
Right, you get it back.
Fluid, it's total fluid.
See her tomorrow and she won't be able to.
See, that's interesting. Yeah.
This is when it breaks and we're back.
It's, I was reading a number of the, comments and reviews on Amazon and, most people are just fascinated with it, right? And their kids just go nuts with it. You know, it's like, here, play with this kind of thing, and they're just gone for the rest of the day. But one guy was just saying, well, the damn thing broke after, you know. Well, it's probably if you go after it with a hammer, it probably would break.
And he sounded like the hammer behind a person.
This is more interesting.
Yeah, right. And it takes a little while.
You can't remember what you did to get it when you got it.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, we're worried about, oh, look at that, very good. Worried about breaking or something like this. Seems pretty dirty.
No. I don't blame
Like,
you.
you know, this little-
Oh. Yes, very much. Have your imagination.
And they've got some now, I don't know if it was this particular thing where you get, one of them or two of them or three of them and they kind of fit together.
Can make them go together.
Yeah.
That'd be really fun to do.
My grandson had these little magnetic blocks. And you could make things with them.
Mhm.
He loved it, you know. He is into Legos.
Right, so.
Oh,
It's amazing the stuff you can make with those.
it
too.
really is.
And used to, man, they got, they lived in our houses, we were kids.
Yeah.
And then what he does is he builds them. And then he'll take them apart and the pieces, then he'll use his imagination and he'll build something with the pieces. Like, wow, smart kid, gonna be an engineer up there.
I remember when I was a kid, I had Lincoln Log,
Oh, definitely.
yeah. And then, forget the company that made it, it was a chemistry set,
Mm,
do all kinds of strange things with the chemistry set. And erector sets too, that was, always interesting.
You know, I'm looking through some of these. I like South Dakota. I was very impressed.
I'm over there.
I've never been up that way.
And
That's neat. That's
it
neat.
really is. We saw it's called Buffalo Roundup. And what they do is they'll round up the buffaloes every year and sell them to ranchers and different things like that. And what you do is you just sit in this area and they come across the hill,
Mhm.
but you hear them before you see them.
Are they just walking or
No,
they
they're
like running? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
And the vibration.
And I'm telling you, it was so exciting. I got
You see it on
chills.
television, you can, you know. I know what you're
Yes,
talking
and
about.
it,
It's
you
just
hear
rumble.
them and it's just this rumble, you know? And then you hear people, oh, there, and they coming across, look, you know, and just,
Same with elk, they don't make much noise.
the elephants,
Hundreds of them.
yeah. And then what they do is they put them in a pen, you know, and of course they have auctions and things like that. And I think it's so funny because I was thrilled, you know, and of course Tom, being veterinarian and working at these sale barns and having to go check things, you know, he's like, I'm gonna go sit over here because I was watching the process and he said, well, they're gonna check them for brucellosis and all, you know, all these diseases. And it's like, yeah, and they walking through these pens and they're mean. They are mean. And they had this one bull, he was just, you could get close to the fence. I mean, the fence is really, you know, of course, very sturdy. And they'll come up to you and try to attack you. That's what they say, don't ever go by the buffaloes, you know, I try to take a picture with the buffalo because they'll go you. But that was, anyway, I pulled this up and, yeah. And they're still working on this Crazy Horse Monument. And it's
Yes.
been they've been working on it for decades, you know.
50s, I think.
Which one is that?
It's sort of the back horse.
No,
Yeah.
that's Mount Rushmore,
Oh,
but
Rushmore.
they have a monument to Crazy Horse. And it's the Lakota chief is the one who commissioned it, but all they've gotten so far is his head, and he's pointing like this, and he's gonna be riding a horse. And
So they're carving it out.
they're carving it out of the mountain, yeah. And they get no money. I mean, it's just donations and things like that.
They have a company now that's donating the dynamite for this
Oh, really?
project, and they've gotten more stuff recently, because the head is, it's huge. What is it, the 3 heads or 4 heads that are on
Rushmore.
Rushmore, yeah, 4. Those fit on the head of the horse.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's,
So you've got the head of the horse, his finger, which sits out over the head of the horse,
mhm.
and then him up from there, from the waist up. And his horse, huh? On the horse. And they
Yeah.
got his head done and it's all shined up, but I've been watching it since the nineties and it's impressive what they do.
This is what it's gonna look like.
Carving it.
They
Yeah,
started out
okay.
with a family, they hired
This
a,
is what it's gonna look like. And all they have yet is just
Oh
that.
my God, dude,
It is
beautiful.
it is beautiful, it's huge.
So is it white? What is?
It will be, I'm sure, well, it's granite.
it's granite, so it's a grayish
Yeah.
kind of color.
It's almost white.
Yeah,
It's pretty beautiful.
but let me show you what they've got so far.
You got that one, yeah, because it's,
This is what they have so far.
Oh.
So they've got a long way to
Got a long
go.
way to
How
go.
long did it take them to do Russian?
I don't know, but I tell you what, this was really great when we were up there. The last surviving worker he wrote a book and he was at the store and he was, he was selling his books. And we got a picture with him, Tom did. We bought up one of his books, and we talked to him. He was 98 years, 97, 98
One of
years
the
old.
ones that chiseled and.
Yes, and he talked about, his book, how they built it and things like that. And he passed away, I guess, about 2 years ago.
How long did it take them to build? that?
I don't
that's
know
what I'm
how
trying to
yet.
look up.
It was quite a task. And
So this guy, I mean, was that like a lifelong thing he worked on or?
yeah, he was a
Some
young
young
kid,
kid, oh,
yeah,
yeah.
he was a young kid.
Some of those things like that, just amazing when you think of the size of them. It's like in Yellowstone or not Yellowstone, Yosemite. What's the one that has the sheer cliff? The mountain.
Yeah,
Oh, that was,
Capital, no.
Hmm.
You don't realize how big and how high it is until you're standing.
Yeah,
here.
this old granite mountain kind
Yeah,
of
full
thing.
climbing. Yeah. Straight up.
mhm.
One thing I'm thinking of, oh, no. Capitan, maybe? Could that be?
Oh, Capitan,
I think that's what it
is that what it is?
oh, El Capitan, yeah, I bet that's what it is, yeah. Was very impressive when you're driving to the Black Hills and you make the curve like that and then you see the mountain in a distance, it's like, wow, it's so exciting to get there.
When was it finished?
It's finished in 1941, but I can't find when it started. They're 60 feet high.
Heads,
Yeah, construction started in 1927.
really?
Mhm.
I wonder whatever, because that's somebody to come up with that idea.
I don't know.
Well, what's the guy's name? Borglum?
Yes.
Yes.
Good,
Fine.
got some more.
The only reason I know that is because of the movie with Nicolas Cage,
Oh,
National Treasure. You ever
oh,
see
yeah,
those?
yeah.
There's two of them.
I haven't seen one.
There's
I like
one. You're doing good. I mean, to get it back together that way, but they usually take me, 5 or 10 minutes to try and get it back to the.
I don't know how I did it.
It's kind of addictive. Yeah, but those National Treasure ones was what was the first one?
I like Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, I forget what the first one was about.
Were they documentaries or movies?
No.
Here's his picture,
Oh, the guy who.
the guy who built it, yeah.
And the one who
So-
built it is what
Mhm.
started Crazy Horse was one of his assistants, one of the people he was training, and then he went around and started Crazy Horse.
Kind of a short guy.
Yeah, and really, he looked
He looks all.
old. It was so funny because Tom said, and you wrote this book, and you said, yeah, why would I be here if I didn't write this book?
Got my name on it.
Typical old man, you know, original Mount Rushmore driller. Nick Cliff.
Yeah, so the first National Treasure one was about, Nicholas Page plays a treasure hunt.
Mhm.
And they're trying to find this big cache of treasure. Trying to think of the people that,
Was it the Aztecs or the Incas?
not, well, that was more from
Is that the second one?
the second one, yeah.
The first one was based on the Declaration of Independence and
Yes.
the Masonic treasure.
Yes, exactly, that's who I was
Yeah.
trying to think of, was the Masonic.
Not that I watch these movies every day, but every other day. It was a good movie. Both of them were. I'm sorry they didn't do, they set it up for more, but never went.
Well, and there may be others. Yeah, the other one, the second one was about the city of gold, which I guess was Inca or Mayans or something like that. But it was actually
What was it, South America?
actually no, it was buried underground, and it was by Mount Rushmore. And so they're trying to find all of these clues to, because there's a series of clues that lead them to where the location is of this stuff. And the first one was, it was all this treasure was collected by Ben Franklin and all these
Yeah,
folks.
but it was the Masonic, but which group of, the Crusaders, I think, wasn't it the Crusaders who had collected all this? And then
But it had to be during the Revolutionary War that
they brought it over
that brought
from
it
Europe,
over. Yeah,
yeah.
and it was actually, it turns out it was buried underneath this church in New York City. But and the series of clues that they left were so scattered. One of the first one that they discovered was in a ship called the Charlotte, which had been lost in the Arctic. And when they found the ship, then inside, what the clue was is a meerschaum pipe. Okay, and that then on the pipe was some writing that, cryptic message, right, which ended up directing them to the Declaration of Independence. And there was a hidden map in invisible ink on the back of the Declaration of Independence, which nobody knew.
Was this for real?
No.
No,
Well, there's all these rumors. I mean, there've always been rumors about this treasure and where it's at.
Yeah.
You know.
And so they find, and on the back of the Declaration of Independence is an Ottendorf cipher, which is a series of numbers. It's probably 30 or 40 numbers, series of numbers, and the numbers represent the page in the text, the line on the page, and the letter on the line. So that you get all these numbers, and the text itself was from a series of letters that Benjamin Franklin wrote, called the Silence Do-Good letters. So he wrote these quote letters where he was posing as some old lady named Silence Do-Good, right?
yeah.
And,
Silence, you good.
And they, of course, the letters themselves, which were originally owned by Nicolas Cage's father in the movie, who was, I forget the actor's name. Anyway, he ended up donating them to the Franklin Institute. Right? So now the Silence Dogood letters steer them to the next clue, which is at the bell tower for the Independence Bell in Philadelphia. And that in turn leads them to this place in a wall underneath the bell tower, where hidden in back of a brick is a special set of glasses.
Oh, jeez.
And the glasses
Oh,
have
right.
little levers that turn up and down different colored lenses. And when you look back again now at the Declaration of Independence and use these glasses, it now directs you to this place in New York City.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my God.
And
Where it actually was.
where it actually was.
So,
Who's the guy that wrote all the ones with all the clues everywhere, and mostly took place in Rome and.
the Da Vinci Code,
The Vinci
Yeah,
Code.
yeah, yeah.
That sounds like that.
Yeah.
Here, there.
well, the cast is John Voight.
Yes.
Yeah,
Plays
Yes.
Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking, the cast, Gary Oldman plays in it too. He always plays a villain. Although he did play Churchill and won an Academy Award for that, which was good, but, you know, John Boyd, Nicolas Cage, Harvey Keitel. I didn't see the movie.
Yeah,
so-
no, he's good. He plays an FBI agent.
Yeah, he's an
Yeah.
agent. Yeah, he plays the agent. That's what they're saying.
Where was the treasure from? Does it say in there?
The Templar treasure.
That was
Templar.
it, yes,
Yeah,
the Knights.
Knights of Templar.
Yeah, yes. And
Well, but the
the
Knights of
scenes of
Templar-
them finding that, I think are just,
oh, yeah. So now they're down in this
There you go, Joanne. You know my favorite part. Yeah.
cavern, there's this huge cave that what was part of the fascinating is that these guys built like this huge chandelier and a dumbwaiter system that would actually, I mean, it was a huge thing that would take them down into the cave. And then they go into another room and at the end, now the very first clue was this meerschaum pipe. And at the end, they're at this wall and they can't, how do you get through it? Well, there's an indentation in the wall where the meerschaum pipe fits in the indentation and the stem of the pipe fits in another slot. And you turn, it unlocks a lever that then you can turn, which then opens the door, which lets them into the treasure room. And it was huge, and now it's treasure room.
it was all dark and then they find some oil and so they light the oil. And it starts burning and moving, the fire moves down because it's,
Yeah, it's in a channel.
and you're going, oh, a room, and then it's, oh, a room, and then a room. And it's
Huge.
It's huge,
Yeah.
it's just, and there are Egyptian monuments and all this missing stuff that has always been talked about but never really found, and it's amazing. It was really good, that was worth listening to the rest of it.
Sounds like the one, I can't think of their names, it's actually comedies, there's three of them, what's the name of it? Oh. Michael Douglas,
Oh, yes, yes.
and they were.
Oh, the Nile.
Oh, Romancing the Stone.
Yeah, romancing and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
With Kathleen
Yeah.
Turner.
Yeah.
They were.
They were.
One of my favorite scenes in there, I think it was Michael Douglas.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And confront some, sword being guy just.
Oh, no, that was, Harrison Ford.
Yes, yes, yes.
Indiana Jones.
Right.
Yeah, those are good.
And I heard
And that, okay,
that scene was,
yeah,
he was actually sick
he was.
while during
Yeah, he had food poisoning.
yeah, yeah. And they were filming that scene. He didn't feel like, getting into a fight with the guy, so he was pulling at this guy.
Oh, so that was like a.
Yeah.
It was impromptu, and so they left it in there. Spielberg left it in there. It was. The guy who was.
Love that.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, he's in.
I love like I actually, they were on just recently because evidently.
Yeah, whole
Harrison Ford
theory
had a
and Black
birthday,
Widow.
you know.
I've seen some of those, movies, yeah, 5 or 6 times, yeah, right, so.
I love it when they talk about their buddy who's gonna, he'll fit in or something, He's in a suit, and he's like out of,
He was,
who is
the head of the archaeology
Yeah,
department
yes,
at the
yeah.
university.
Oh, you're right.
They're trying to convince the Germans that he's, you are trying to find this guy.
because he'll fit right in, and so I sticks out like a sore thumb,
He's wandering around. Does anybody speak English?
Yeah. John Williams, the composer, evidently they gave him some AFI, which is, I don't know.
He did the music for those.
He did the music for it and they were giving him an award. And so Harrison Ford was one of the presenters. And when he walked on stage, it's like dun dun dun, and the music, and so he gets to the microphone, Harrison Ford said, I hate that damn music. It follows me everywhere I go. I walk on stage, it plays. I walk off stage, it plays. Yeah.
He was in The Fugitive, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first one they did.
I know, I love that. I love Tommy Lee Jones.
Oh, I love him.
Yeah. Did y'all see
His
Lincoln?
manner of speech, there's something about the way he talks, it kind of flipped, I just love him.
Mhm.
He's really good.
He won an Academy Award for that movie.
Did
Supporting actor. He has a ranch in San Saba, I think it is. He's from Texas.
he? Yeah.
But he starred in Lincoln, he played in Lincoln with Daniel Day-Lewis, and I don't know if y'all have ever seen the movie Lincoln. It's really good, but of course Abraham Lincoln and slavery.
What's the big one he was in with, Texas, and you go all the way in Montana with the cow.
Oh, Lonesome Dove. Oh, I love
Okay,
that.
great movie. I've watched that in 3 times.
I have too.
Was that him or Robert Duvall? I know.
Both of them,
Yeah.
yeah. He was Gus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He died.
Yeah, I love when he said, it's a heck of a ride.
Yeah, then they went back and did one that took place previous to that, and
Yeah.
Yeah, it was after.
or that was an after.
It was after. John Boyd was in it. Yeah, not Tommy Lee Jones didn't play. And Rick Schroeder was his son. No, wait a minute.
Schroeder was in that movie. I know. Or in a
Yeah.
couple
In
of
the
them.
second
Yeah.
one or something, yeah.
Tommy Jones, the Marshalls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that one was so good.
There's just something about the way he talks and his mannerisms that's just.
Yeah, I love that, the scene when he's getting ready to jump off the dam, and he tells, Harrison Ford his character tells Tommy Lee Jones, I didn't kill my wife. He said, I don't care. His old theory, job was to just bring him in, he didn't care if he killed his wife or not, that's not what he was there for.
Yeah, that was a great line.
And then that.
Another great line was Butch Cassidy.
Oh.
When they're being chased and jump off the
Yeah.
high mountain. And, what's his name?
Redford
Redford,
and Newman.
It was Robert Redford and
Paul Newman.
Paul Newman. Robert Redford goes, I can't swim. Paul Newman says, I'll fall if I kill you.
I know, they kept going back and forth, I'll jump first, no, well, you jump first, no.
Can't swim.
I can't swim. Paul, okay. So they were good in there.
Yeah. The Men in Black movies.
Oh, I love
Those are good too. The very first one where you've got the Mexicans, they pulled over the Mexicans at the border patrol. That's the very beginning of the movie. And they've got all these guys, these Mexican guys that were in the back of this panel van or this van. And they got them lined up.
They're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. And he's talking to these Mexican illegal aliens, right? And of course, one of them is the real alien.
Mhm.
And he's talking to the guy in Spanish, right? And saying, "You're the ugliest guy I've ever seen." The guy's just kind of nodding his head and laughing. He says, "You can't understand a word I'm saying this in Spanish.
Right.
You can't understand a word I'm saying, can you?" And he's just nodding his head. "You are so ugly." He was just laughing away. It was good. Yeah. Yeah, it's sad too, because I mean, what's happened with Will Smith in that little episode.
Did y'all, I was watching
I
that,
watched it too, yeah.
and I was like, you know,
Guys,
What is going, I think they were both drunk.
no, I think Chris Rock handled himself well, in all honesty. He recovered from that, you know, I mean, here's Will Smith,
Apparently, you had no idea.
he had no idea.
Oh,
I thought it was, but I thought the whole thing was a setup, you know, like a joke.
yeah.
And then it wasn't, and you could tell because the sound was gone, and I was like, that just happened on live TV.
and every now and then you'll be watching something and you say, "That really just happened." I remember a football game, Bear Bryant, and it was his demise, right? Where there was some ball game and he got pissed off and a kid was running down the field and he stepped down on the field and just smacked the guy. He said, "God, I just see that."
Yeah.
And that was, I mean, he got fired after that. Oh, yeah, and never came back to coach after that. Yeah.
Yeah, Alabama. Bear Bryant, yeah. Alabama's, they still wear their own, how it's called, hats and things, you know.
Going to take a break.
Yeah.
Hurry before
Yeah,
we
no,
get
he's-
another.
that's-
For us, I think he's been.
I don't know, she's got her, Beth got her,
Oh, good.
her notary book, so.
Can't believe we're actually on someone. Come on in.
Yeah. Join the party.
If we make this man money, but.
That's right. So what is it?
It does look cute, huh?
Yeah, it does, it's cheap. Way more interesting.
What's the deal with
Who?
confidential? I guess
I
people-
don't know why people do that, I have no idea.
Yeah,
Do we have one?
there's one of them. That's what they are. 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and then you find out who they are, and you're saying, who?
For some reason.
Well, and they
don't
come
want-
in and I'm like, I don't even know who this person is.
And they're always afraid somebody's
And I
gonna.
think turn the cameras off and the whole big deal.
Oh, we do? I didn't, but not the sound, right? I mean,
I don't believe sound.
yeah, just the camera. I know, the first one we had like that was, interesting to me. Yeah, a while back. So.
Yeah, because I didn't even know the person's name.
Yeah, I should go through it.
And it's so they essential
If they want, you're it's not the notoriety, I don't know if it's,
They don't want,
they don't want somebody to know they have the property or.
I'll take one else. I didn't have breakfast.
I didn't. I think this would be really cute, you know.
You know, you're right, I agree.
Anyway,
Addictive. Okay, what we got here?
Nothing interesting. We're getting very spoiled.
and I usually to go in
Is that what they have?
Cookies and cakes.
They didn't have anything in there. This morning they didn't, because I went in to get some creamer.
Oh, the one that put that up.
Ooh, it's cold. Oh, somebody's here yet. They're sitting down. All right. Yep. Mhm.
You do so fast.
Well, I'm not one of those people that.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, or that goes down to the nub, you know. It's just-
My dad used to smoke Salem's.
I smoked Salem. I started when I was in college, just, you know, like a freshman. And I had a job in the dorm I lived at. I was a security guard.
Mhm.
So I'd work at night. And this dorm, it was an off-campus dorm. And the first 9 floors was a parking garage.
Mm.
And then starting in the 10th floor up to 21, I think it was, where the rooms were. And so we, once an hour, would start at the top, and just walk all the way, right? Had a walkie-talkie and a spray thing of mace.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, I've been working there for months.
Nothing.
Never used, nothing ever happened really. I mean, you get some drunk kids or something like that occasionally, but. So, you know, I was always carrying this spray thing of mace, right? So I was walking down through the parking garage one day and I said, I wonder how this stuff works.
Oh,
So
no.
I held it out in front of me like this.
Oh, no.
And I just went like that, failing to notice the direction of the wind. Blew back in my face. Oh, man.
Did it work?
No, it burned. It wasn't bad like if I had gotten a full face.
The red,
but-
yeah.
But, oh my,
Where was this? Here.
it was a dorm called the Castilian, which is in Austin.
You went to UT?
Mhm.
That's funny.
Probably not even there anymore.
I don't know. I mean, it's quite possible they tore it down because that's from. I think they built it in the late 60s. And,
We got a college by then.
well, and, of course, I was there in the 70s, early 70s. And they had, that was an off-campus dorm, and it was real close. I mean, it's 1 block off campus, so it was real convenient. And then the other dorm was, which was on campus, was the Jester or something or other. What's the name of it?
I had never been to UT campus, and then Tom and I were in Austin. We took a trip. And we went on UT's campus. It's right in the smack dab in the middle of Austin, you know.
Yeah,
It wasn't then.
I know, it wasn't. And then we went to LBJ's library, and that was very interesting.
yeah.
You know,
That's a good
go to the
place.
library.
Well, I try and remember back to when I went to school there, and I had I used to ride a bicycle after I moved out of Castilian. I rented a place. It was a duplex of some kind, which was like on 34th Street, and the north end of campus was 26th Street.
Mm.
And I, you know, I rode my bike from my apartment to down on campus and luckily all the engineering buildings were on the north side of campus and such. So I really, you know, didn't have to go as much down to the other end, but, it didn't seem like it was far at all, right? And even when I was at the Castilian, I would walk to classes and stuff like that. It seemed like it was that big deal. But couple of years ago, there were like four of the five of us that were real good friends. We shared apartments and stuff like that through our years in college there. And so my real good friend that I knew became a lawyer and lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. And so he got us all together we went to a football game. And so we met, in Austin, stayed at the AT&T something conference center, which is just right off campus. And they got, apartments or rooms that you can rent and things like that. Real nice place. But we walked from did we walk? No, we actually took, and at this time now, what they have, and especially during the football games, are these
Yeah.
three-wheel pedicycles or whatever, and all these guys, these kids or whatever,
Oh.
would have these and
To make
rent them.
money, yeah,
to
rent
make
money, yeah.
And so we took one of those, rented one of those. The guy took us down to the north end of the football stadium and the south end of the football stadium, and our seats were on the north end.
Mm.
And just walking from that end, I thought I was walking miles, right?
Right.
So then, after the football game, I said, we're not gonna walk back to the AT&T Center. So we rented another one, had to walk all the way back to the south end to get one of these
Get one.
that we could, hire them to take us back and it could have been more than 5 or 6 blocks, right? But it's also uphill.
Yeah.
And a lot of these, I don't even know what you call them, moped cycles or three-wheel.
Yeah, another Segway, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So some number of them are completely manual, right, where the guys are pedaling them, and others have little motors on them, right?
I would think, yeah, when you're going uphill. it's
Well,
good to
but
have
even the ones that have motors, there's different
Big
sizes
time.
of them, and some of them, they're okay when you're on a flat surface, but going uphill, they just kind of die. Right? So there was just my wife and I in this one, and the one we happened to hire, the kid died. Oh man, I thought he was gonna really die before we got to the because he was up and just going back up the hill. Oh man. But just back when I was in college, I didn't think anything of walking from one end of campus to the other.
No.
But now it seems like you're walking from here to Corpus or something.
The longest walk I ever had was to Indianapolis 500.
Yeah,
We took the bus wherever we were staying and then wherever they dropped you, and naturally our seats were at the other end.
yeah, sure.
And that thing was 2.5 miles around, which was not bad. It's big. If you've never been there, I would never do it again, but we had to walk from wherever the bus dropped us off to our seats, which seemed like it took like 2 days to get there.
Yeah.
And now I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm gonna walk back again.
I know it.
But it was no fun going because we were in the cracks and oval. We were like down here. So you can't just look straight ahead and see the cars because it's, they're not
Yeah.
fast. So you have to watch, like if you're sitting this way and the cars are coming that way, you sit facing that way and you can see them coming by. By the time you track them, they're already gone over there.
Yeah.
It was like so boring.
That is fun.
We lived in Indianapolis for 7 years when I was born just outside of Indiana, or Indianapolis. And lived there until I was 6 or 7. We got
All
one.
right, we got our 10 o'clock.
This one?
It's one agent.
We have 125. Yeah.
Got 5.
Oh.
Okay, well, better than none.
He originally had 6, but there is not a record on one.
Oh.
If this is young, if you want to mark that one that you don't have to say out loud.
Okay.
Do anything with it.
where are we starting?
Which one?
You wanna pass this down? It is case number 970, confidential is the name.
Okay, I was just talking about that. Like, oh, confidential. Yeah, it's on page 3, down at the bottom for confidential. And then bottom on 7.
Oh, okay. On page 3?
Yeah. The middle, I mean, the bottom.
Oh, we have other.
Yeah, but that's the one we're not hearing, she said, 31597.
Okay, oh, we're not hearing.
We're not hearing.
Oh, okay, we're just hearing these.
Yeah.
Okay, we can handle that. Slowly but surely.
On page 2, top of the page.
Okay.
Oh, it's page 2 at the bottom of the page.
Okay.
Ready? Ready. Oh, they're here. Ready. Okay.
Right there, the head of the table.
Morning.
here.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hi.
Morning, everybody. How's it going? Pretty good. Just driving from out of town? Yeah, I'm living in North Texas,
Oh, wow.
you know,
Lot of area.
north of Dallas on the Lake Texoma, which is right on the, Oklahoma, Texas border, yeah. But it's okay, my wife and I came down here, we're gonna extend a couple of days, and we love it down here. Obviously, a lot of other people do too. It's really getting big around here. Yeah. Especially this time of year too. Yeah, that's good.
Next year's time, go ahead and do it, okay?
Yeah.
I'll let you know when.
Okay, and what's your name? Doug Eustace, E-U-S, T-I-C-E, Doug Eustace. It's, Justice, like justice, but with an A. Okay, okay, if I call you Doug? Yep. All right. All right, Doug.
No, I'll let you know.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I have a bunch of administrative stuff I'll run through real quick, and then, as Beth said, we'll get you to sign in or to swear in at the moment. All right. So we're commencing a series of hearings. I'll announce each one as we go into them, so we don't have to read through the whole script every time. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube, and we'll verify what's under protest.
Excessive value.
Okay. Market and equities under protest. Yes. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using that form that's in front of you. Excuse me. Or there's a copy that will be in the determination package that will be mailed out after the hearing, which documents the results. The survey can be taken online as well, and information about how to do that is included at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always do appreciate any feedback that you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So have you given, submitted all the evidence you're going to be using? Yes. Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protests have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect, I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. This is as it relates to case number 2022-965, 966, 967, 1426, and 1954.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F in relation to case numbers 2022, 965, 966, 967, 1426, and 1954.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to case number 2022-965, 966, 967, 1426, 1954.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F regarding case numbers 965, 966, 967, 1426, and 1954.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. That would be asked to swear in at this point. But do that.
I'm gonna read that statement. It starts with I do out loud.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Doug Eustace.
And if you can go ahead and read these case statements.
For case number 965, 66, 67, 1426, and 1954.
Hooray for us to do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District. This is the order.
I don't know that.
965, 966, 967, 1426, and 1950.
Okay, Doug, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Department of Licensing and Certification Board. Easier. Under that case listing is here's the procedure time chart that shows how we're going to conduct the hearing today. Two forms. One is if you present first, or the other is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first, but you have the honor of choosing whether you go first or the district.
I'll let the district go first.
Okay. Do you have any, do you care which order we take these in?
No, sir.
Okay. That being the case, we will open a hearing on case ID 2022-965, account number 24796. It's 1878 Bayshore Drive. 4724.
Ready?
I am. You are you okay?
Yes, sir. Good night.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, we're dealing with the property here on Bay Shore and Keel Lake Road. It's in unit 2, which is just a little way down the road. It's gonna be right past Flamingo, but on the bay side of Bay Shore. And it's the roundhouse or the octagon or whatever that is house there. And it is a sale. And we are valuing it over the sale price by quite a bit. We have a value of $725. It's a verified sale in 21 for $540. When we look at these other sales, there's going to be a sale on Flamingo. It's a small home. So there's an effort in here to not go crazy on square footage with these comps. A lot of the homes in Keel Lake Road are much larger. So the first one go Flamingo sold for $444 in 21. And then we've got what we have here. We have one on Bay Shore. This is going to be non-bay though. So this will be Bay Shore but canal. Sold for $616. And then we have Nassau 569.
And one more Bay Shore here at 552. The biggest difference between all of these comps that sold is location. And it's land value. Every one of these comps has a large land value sale. There are sales on Bay Shore Bay, but they're not great comps. Like one of them's $2 million or something like that. You know, it's just they would have looked. The adjustment would have been very large.
The other one's all, we've been along and all time.
Every comp is a canal blend. And so what we're trying to do is comp the structure. And then to adjust the land, the location, how like it's a location adjustment. Well, I should say all of them but one. It's a comp. So, you know, the subject is comp one. So there is a Bay Shore, Bayside sale here, and it's the subject. So then we go to equity, and we have some class 5, class 4 stuff here, trying to keep that square footage way down. We have an equity value of 725. Didn't even notice what we have a median sales value of 778. That's all I have.
Okay, good. You have 2 minutes to ask any questions, cross-examine, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation, so 7 minutes.
It won't take that long.
Okay.
This is as you stated, this is located 1878 Bay Shore Drive. The owner purchased it in May of 2021 for $550,000. And the owner's opinion value in this case is $550,000. That concludes my testimony.
What's your name? I'm sorry.
21.
2021.
That's it. No. Yeah, that's one closing statement.
All right. Yeah, we just don't believe that it's worth. Thanks. I mean, it's we would view this particular, the reason we're having a hearing over this, we don't have a lot of hearings like this, but there's an actual sale. We just don't think that this is more than that, and that it's the perfect example of an outlier or the perfect example of one of our favorite things in here is someone made a good purchase.
Any response?
No.
Anything else to say?
You guys get to make the decision.
Yeah. Apparently so. Okay, then we have 5 minutes.
So I assume this was an open market sale, it was advertised.
That's my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner. Valid sale.
Yeah.
Last year we noted at 591 and nobody protested it last year.
691.
I'm sorry, that's 691.
They weren't our clients, so I can't.
Apparently not.
Yeah. Let me go with that value, 27 statement, 550.
550.
Okay, case I read 2020-08 or something. Case 24796, this is 1870 Bay Shore. It's the opinion of the credit review board that based on the evidence presented by the property owner's agent, regarding the actual sale price of property, that we will reduce the noted value of $725,160 to $540,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Can I,
Okay,
can I get the value on that? I'm sure.
Were you 550?
550,000.
550,000.
I'm sorry, I said
Okay, that's why I'm checking. Thank you.
Obviously, I wasn't either since I said it. But it said 550.
Okay, that closes that hearing. We'll open the hearing on case ID 2022-966. Account number 25054, which is 5 Cummings Drive, Key Allegro. And we'll have the district go first. Okay,
Just to make sure that we are on the same page here, on my tablet here, I don't have evidence, Doug, is that?
That's correct. On the post, Gary post,
Yes, sir.
that's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure before I.
I only submitted 2
Okay.
evidence on 5 files I have.
Okay, fair enough. So we have Gary Post here. This is 5 Catalina. So this is Key Allegro Unit 4. And thankfully, this is not a sale. So we're not doing that again. And now we are looking at sales, Key Allegro. So we've got a Curlew, we've got a Mazatlan, and we've got a Nassau. And we're at 660, 498, and 569 on those 3 cells. All of them are, relatively good on the square footage. One of them's a little bit bigger, one of them's a little bit smaller. Classes are good. Showing a median value of 664 from the market. And then in our equity grid, we have a median of 658. And to get there, we have class 5 homes, all at 1900. Well, no, comp number 2 is a little bit larger, 2200. The rest of them are 1900. Ages are good, and 2 of them are on the same street. One of them is right across the street, and then one's on Malibu. So we believe 628 is fine. That's all.
Okay, Doug, you have 7 minutes.
Okay. Okay, the property is located at 5 Catalina Drive. Last year it was on at 586,320. That was an ARB decision. The current value is 628. 500 is approximately 1,900 square foot home built in 1976. The increase was mainly in the improvements. There's been no improvements and or renovations to the property. The owner's opinion of value in this case is 586,320. That concludes my testimony.
Okay, Ray. 1 minute.
Sure. We raised all of Key Allegro, so it's just a market raise. You can see if they're in the subdivision adjustment, we went up to 150%. I think we raised this area 20 to 30% this year. That's all I have.
I'm fine with the 628.
Yes.
Just, the market and the values are significantly above what it's up.
Mhm. I think it's in line, yes. I'll go with the 628, 500.
I'm fine with that.
yeah, that's why I don't see anything else on the property part of it.
All right, case ID 2022-966, account 25054, which is 5 Catalina Drive. Addressing incorrect market values on the equity levels. It's the opinion of the appraisal review board, the currently noted value of the district of 628,500. Should stand.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. Open a hearing on case ID 2022-967, account number 25303. 23 Finisterre, Rockport, Key Allegro.
I've got first one there.
This kind of made me smile, because I would have bet a paycheck that this would have been the other account that you had evidence on. When I saw the name, I thought, okay, this is.
You know it.
Now I know where the evidence lies, but I would have thought it was here. So, but it's not, so we're on Finisterre. We don't get many Finisterre protests, so we can kind of look at this for a second. Finisterre is between Indian Agro, Unified, private drive supposedly, but I don't know what that means. Yeah. So, but there's some pretty cool stuff down there. This is a 2018 build on Finisterre, so it's probably the newest house, I would guess. Okay, when you're looking at sales for expensive stuff, we have one on Albatross for 1.3 and another one on Albatross for 2.6. One on Blue Heron for 1.5, another on Blue Heron for 1.6, and then we have one on Finisterre for 3 million. These are all very nice homes. And the median value is 2.1. We have a value of 1.9. When you look at equity, however, we don't quite get there into the specifics. We have a 1.95 and we prove a 1.93. And this is comping class 7 homes. And what else are we doing a decent job on here? So our square footage is all in the 3,000 range. But the comp is newer than all of them. So there's some adjustments there, and the land is going to be adjusted probably pretty heavily. So we have a value, we have a value of 1.93 instead of 1.95. Okay.
All right, last year we had a hearing on this property. It was lowered to 1,763,500. We brought in documentation showing where the square footage of the home was 3,361. The appraisal review board lowered the value to 1.7. They went up to 1.956,500 this year. There's really been no improvements or renovations to the property. Is relatively new. The comp sales, well, let me back up. The owner's opinion value on this property is 1,850,000. Comp sales 1 in 5 best support this value. And that concludes my testimony.
No. I'm okay.
Well, in any case, we need to lower to the median equity value, which is 931,865.
Yeah, let me ask where well, I'm not gonna go. Neighborhood adjustment shows 135, which is interesting in comparison to the other sections. That just, probably because there's not a lot of sales.
It's also because the neighborhood adjustment is lower in unit 5 because the land is so expensive. So there's not as much need to push the improvements up.
Okay.
His land value is probably close to $1 million. It's kind of crazy that we even have to adjust with that kind of land value, but.
I can say too, there's been so many sales in that section of Gateway Road that have been monies. So I think the 1,931 is fine.
Even 1,931,000.
Yeah, that's fine.
Even, okay.
Well, it's 131,800.
Yeah,
Okay.
at that level,
Yeah.
even is fine with me.
Even if,
It's
yeah,
part of it even.
1,931,000, even.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
It's I think 2022, there's 9. Which is there. Addressing equity and market values. opinion of the appraisal review board that based on median equity sales in this area, Allegro, that we reduced the current number value to $1,956,500 to $1,931,000.
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. We'll have, commence a hearing on case ID 2022-1426. Account number 24825. 41 Flamingo.
All right. We were back. With Allegro Unit 2 this time. Let's see what we have here. We're out towards the end, across from Ventura condos on this one, so it's almost the end, one lot before the end of Flamingo. 41 Flamingo. We have a value of $760 on it. And let's see what we have here. We've got two class 5 homes, one on Bay Shore, one on Mazatlan. 1,800, 2,100 square feet. And then we've got a Curlew cell for $660, class 5 home, 1,900 square feet, giving us a median value of $773. Then in equity, class 5 homes, around that 1,800 square foot area. And we have a median equity value of $764. We have a value of $760. That's all I have.
We can make your some of that's.
Okay, thank you. This is the other one I presented evidence on. The owner currently the property's on it, 760,700. Last year was on it $434,960. The owner purchased this property in June of 2020 for $326,700. He rehabbed the property, spent $194,000 on the rehab for a total value of $520,700. The owner's opinion of value in this case is $550,000 to $600,000. So in that range, that's his opinion of value.
What was it last year? What was it?
So 434,
60.
435.
Anybody? Right, anything?
Yeah, I think I'd like to just ask Scott right there to tell us, in 21, the 434, is that distributed ARB, or is that us putting a percentage complete? None of those things.
It's 50% complete.
So in 2021, it's 50% complete,
Yes, that's correct.
and then now it's 100% complete. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're not just valuing on cost here, so that's what we're saying is that would, if we wanted to sell it, not if you wanted to rehab it, that it would be much more than 550. That's all I have.
Anything else you want to add?
No, the last year's value would, if it was on at 50% complete, it would be more reflective of the construction costs I presume. And so at 100% complete, our opinion of value is still $575,000.
Okay, anything you want to add?
No.
Hi. The sale is old, you know, twenty,
Yeah.
probably 2020, but the market has just been horrendously high for the last 2 years. And so based on market value, you know, the 760, 700 is appropriate.
I do too. Yeah.
Just a quick question, Scott, what was the neighborhood adjustment last year? I think it's probably in the 120 range.
It's 125 last year.
So big market adjustment plus. I think the comps that were presented. Which are current 73 and 764, which are. Well, it's significantly above the current value, so I'm fine with the value.
Yeah, I am too, even considering the neighborhood adjustment and the new market stuff going on.
That's 100%.
Right.
Okay, case ID 2022-1426, account 24825, which is 41 Bloomington Road. Addressing equity and market value. It's the opinion of the Treasury Review Board that the currently market value of 760,700 is yeah.
A second.
All in favor,
Aye.
anybody opposed? Yeah, that closes that hearing,
What was that value? I'm sorry.
was 760,700.
It's the current market value.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll open a hearing on case ID 2022-1954, account number 51907. Just 2202, I'm sorry, 2202, FM 3036. So,
Yeah, we're leaving Keel Lake Road, so let's put it up on Picto so you guys can see what we're talking about here. That is 3036 up there, which is entering the bypass from 3036. On this side, we're exiting the bypass to get on to 3036. So this is a piece of property right on that corner. So that's Pearl Point over there.
Oh, okay.
And this way to Fulton or to Rockport. And Oaks at Bentwater is right there, where it says 65974, that's Oaks at Bentwater. Coastal Oaks Baptist Church is right over there, and there's the back of the country club.
So this is on 35.
This is on, bypass 30.
35.
Yeah.
Going towards.
That's going towards Aransas. Mhm. So,
Okay, right as you turn on to 35 from 3036.
If you were to keep going down 3036, you'd go to Spanish Flats.
Right,
So this is on that corner.
yeah. Okay.
You can tell, that
They
they're
develop.
it's in stages, There's been some replat work,
Yeah.
some development work, it's in stages.
This is just land.
This is just like, that's correct.
Yeah.
can you slide that up just is that? No, the other way? Thanks.
All right. Yeah, it's country club. Back of the country club. All right. This is 54 acres. We don't deal with a lot of land sales that are, acreage sales in this county, but there's some. So we have a sale on, so we have 54 acres valued at $27,000 an acre. The first sale that we're going to look at is on First Street, and it's 27 acres. That's sold for 26,000 acres. And then we have a sale on Highway 35 North. This is out by the airport, north of the airport. And this is 24 acres that sold for 24,000 an acre. Got bypass land. That's sold for $20,000 an acre. and then this Folsom Beach Road, land that sold for $113,000 an acre. I didn't notice that, guys. That's stupid. That really throws, just throws everything out. Let me do something here. If that was out of the way, yeah, and we could say comp number 2 is the median, which is the 1.34. Let's just go with that, because I don't want to represent things that way. So, comp number 2 will be my new median at 1.34. So it would show a reduction in value from the 1.48. All right. In equity, we've got some large tracks here around the bypass and 2165, which is where 3036 T-bones into. And we're just showing that, you know, that there's adjustments made in the land and it just balances out. These equity grids for land are comical. So that's what I have.
Okay,
All right.
7 minutes, you?
All right, the property really last year is only 1,500,000. That was a value set by the appraisal district. And informal hearing, the value went up to 1.4 million, which is about 27,250 an acre. They purchased this property back in 2019, November of 2019 for $1,040,000 and sold off or platted off they didn't sell it. Platted off the corner property of 336 and the bypass. That's currently on the roll for about 500,000, if I'm not mistaken. There's some properties being valued. There's a tract directly south of this tract that's on the roll at 21,062 an acre. We are wanting owner's opinion value is 21,780 per acre, which is 1,190,000 even. I'm just reading my notes here. The tract directly to the south, 30381, is valued at 21,062 an acre, which should support our 21,780 request per acre. This tract is a total of 54.674 acres. That concludes my testimony.
Right. Yeah, would you say 1.19?
Yeah, 1.19.
1.19 and not at 1.34. Somewhere. You guys can have it.
I go up with 1.5.
No.
No.
You had to split it 1.34
Yeah.
minus 1.19.
Well, I was just telling you,
Oh, that's what you came up.
1.5
Yeah.
because my fingers don't work.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Right, yeah. Well, I'm fine. She's kind of got me like, what?
Oh, well, you just came up with the difference, that's all. That's all, you did it right.
Oh, that was just the difference. Yeah.
Sure. It's because we're using decimals, if we just do it as.
Yeah, move that decimal over one more. 1,327,700. What you got, Fred? Okay. I give up.
What was your number 119?
One million,
119.
190,000.
So just add 150,000 to 1.19 million.
Not 150.
No, half of that, 70.
75.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Maybe you're gonna go with it.
1265 is, gosh. I kept hitting double zeros over here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1,
that's
2.
dangerous.
Yeah.
165 million.
Yeah. That sounds better. I was close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2022, there's 4, account 51907. Addressing incorrect market equity values. Let's see, both of districts and interface with review board that the currently know the value of $1,489,809 is reduced to $1,265,000.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
That's it. That's what I got.
Okay.
I had to prove what I done. I didn't buy that.
I think we are done.
Yes, we are.
Yes, sir. Enjoy
Yeah.
Rockport.
Yeah, thank you.
We stand for a couple of days.
Yeah. We're going down to Fairfield Inn. I don't know, it looks good from the outside. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good Mexican.
You have to
restaurant.
just seen them before.
Was it really? I saw that one.
You know what that is?
Yeah,
Which is-
Good.
Mexican restaurant. Like
Dark.
next door.
Yeah, yeah. Also, you have almost across from you down there, close by, is the Pier 77.
I heard somebody told me about that.
Good seafood, we prepared this huge amount.
But it's okay. I don't, we ate at Crabbin. Yes, but I had grouper last night and I actually recommended they prepare it even a bunch of different ways and she suggested I did the Cajun, fried Cajun. And they put a batter on it and it was just, they ruined it. As far as I'm concerned, that grouper is one of the better fish to me.
Just grill it.
Grill it, and I was so mad at myself. For even going with that, I should have known better.
Go to 77 if you go really early.
Oh, really?
Well, it's a wait, but maybe for 2 people, more too
Can you
many.
make reservations?
No,
No, they don't make it, and it's cash.
just that.
Cash?
Although they have an ATM right there.
That's good to know. I'll do that.
Yeah, and they give you so much food, so maybe you.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about
Yeah.
platters, not plates.
Believe it or not, I'm not a big eater.
We just are warning you.
I guess the older you get, you start. You can't eat as much. Yeah.
And you share plates.
Yeah,
That's what we
right.
do. Sometimes we share and then we have someone that comes home with us.
Well, thank you very much.
You're right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
And we have stuff this afternoon or possibility. I love possibilities.
I guess that's
Fine day. Yeah, she loves
It's
it
because that's
that.
how it is. I don't know if they're gonna show up or not.
That's true.
I've learned.
Yes, because the minute you say, I don't think so.
Exactly. Yes. It backfires. So have a good month.
Okay.
Okay, enjoy yours.
Thank you.
That means I have time, I can go into Corpus and
Corpus?
She has to go in
I have
anyway.
to go.
Oh, that's right. You're off the, yeah, okay.
It's not till 2, so it's kind of early.
You could go to lunch type cottages.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and across the street from there is TEH or 8TE, I can't remember which grade it is. And that's where all the avocados.
Oh, there.
Yeah, it's just across the street.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Oh,
all
and
right.
the cheesecakes.
Oh.
And then head out.
I went to the ranch today, so.
Kathy was gonna stick around here and play with the.
You can take it with you if you would like.
Figure it out, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it.
I'll see you later. You drive careful.
I won the lottery.
Stop and buy something.
I am.
Check your lottery
first.
My that's I never buy them because I forget to check them.
Well, I don't know what the numbers
of
are.
money if you don't.
This is my ticket to the movie house, I think. I don't need that.
Yeah,
I don't need this. I guess I'll keep this as my address. What's this?
that's your.
Vintage resale. That's
Yeah.
from you, right? Yes. And here's one of my business cards.
Ooh,
I do stained glass. I haven't done stained glass since I
since it started.
started working, so it's like. I sent some to my kids there in Gulfport. They have a fundraiser for breast cancer, and they're doing, I think I told you, it's voting for movies. And so they're having like an auction and I sent them some stained glass, so she wanted some business cards, but I didn't give them to her, so
Oh, well,
too bad.
you don't have time
I
anyway.
know I don't have time. Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Okay, drive carefully. We can't lose you.
Go to the bathroom. We all have a quorum now.
I know that's, yeah, but if, you know, it's
That's true.
still.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
No.
I think we have some testimony, some people about that.
Yeah.
Right. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. I whipped into Castaways, but they didn't have anything, so. Whipped back out. I'm gonna try and start there this afternoon and see if they've got any spray paint in the color of green I want.
Where's that?
At Walmart's.
Oh.
Look.
Bring all my.
We got more. How did you get now?
Speakers.
Oh,
Speakers.
Oh, speaker. Is that for like a telephone or for what?
It's Bluetooth.
so it hooks into your phone. Hooks into that.
Oh, it must be music for work.
Yeah.
Wow. A cute little, it's got a good sound.
That's good. You play it through your phone?
Yeah.
It could go with your phone. What's it called? John?
This, I've got a couple, you read the news in USA Today or whatever I'm reading, and in the technology section, they always have, hot deals. So these were from Amazon for like $20.
Really?
And you can't say no to 20.
Yeah, really. It's like that little power bank thing that I used, that was like 15, and you just can't pass up a deal like that. So I have these, and then I got another set that's even a little smaller.
They come in two and the one, what? No, it's one.
Yeah.
What do you call it? One.
Whatever I'm playing on here goes connected to the speakers instead of playing here.
Which would give you better sound.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I do audio tapes and sometimes the sound coming from here, if I get away, I can hear it, but I can't always decipher what they're saying.
They've got it, this will actually pair with your telephone if you wanted to use it.
Instead of what's its name, the little instead of the thing we use.
Oh, yeah, you could. It's got a microphone in it and so you can.
use your phone
Yeah. Yes. Or if it-
Keep it around.
Or if this isn't loud enough or something like that. So, it's kind of neat because you can control it from here as well, instead of, if you want to dance a song. Just goes to the next song. Supposed to go to the next song.
I love guys with gadgets because this kind of thing always happens and it's like, it's never happened before. Does it need new batteries?
It's possible.
Oh, there.
Between songs. This is, well, it's
speakers.
yeah, it's just speakers, so whatever you've got,
If your phone on, it's an amplifier on that.
yep, and you, I don't know if you, use Bluetooth to pair between your phone and your car, for example. So it's the same thing, so like when I play music in my car from here, my truck syncs with Bluetooth to this device. Rather than have to have a cable in between all, something like that. And this,
That's my telephone.
yeah. This is a group called the Rippingtons. I'm sure you've heard.
I haven't heard of them, I've heard the music though, and it's
Yeah.
nice, it's.
Right.
Probably have to listen to music. Wow. Let's see if we can do this again.
Sorry?
No, okay. We're good. All right. First one's gonna be case number 1323.
Hey, yeah, 1, 3, 2, 3, she says.
Oh, exciting.
It's 64756. It's on page 5. Six, 4, 7, 5.
Oh.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's, yeah, and everybody's gonna all at once be watching you. And you were so good at doing it before, that was luck.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't say it's skill that's involved, it's thing that gets messed up, yeah. At some point, you'll figure it out.
I don't think I'm spending one for them.
30?
You too. We ready?
I am.
Sure.
You guys ready?
You know, go right here, back at the table. Hello. You know. Hello.
How are you guys doing today?
Oh, well, we could be good. We could be working. I love it.
Pretty good.
Pretty serious.
I'm here to get out of the heat. Okay, you're Catherine?
Yes. That's my daughter, Michelle.
Michelle, okay. Okay, I'll call you Catherine?
Absolutely, not Kathy.
Okay, well, whichever you prefer. Okay, I have some administrative stuff I'm gonna run through real quick. You'll be asked to swear in a minute, but we'll step you through that at the point where we get to that, okay? So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1323. Account number 64756, which is 2680 Kirby Road, in Aransas, Pass.
That's correct.
Okay, this hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Not for its entertainment value, obviously, but verify what we have under protest. Okay, so we have market value and equity under protest. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We're appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. And the survey may be completed using the form, which happens to be there conveniently. There's also a copy of it that will be in the determination package that will be mailed to you after the hearing that documents the result of the hearing. And you can also take it online if you'd like, and all the information about how to do that is at the top of the form. Survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is also included in that package that will be mailed to you that documents the determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been submitted must be submitted at this time. So have you submitted all your evidence that you're going to use?
Well, yes, I have. It's all that I know. I'm
That's
not
fine.
familiar with all this and so
No,
I just put in pictures of all
and that's what a lot of
That's
people
good,
do.
Yes.
So we just want to make sure that because during the hearing, we can't introduce anything else.
Understand.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Captain Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So Kathy, you'll be asked to swear in at this time, and Beth will help you do that.
You can start with the I do and read that out loud, please. Okay.
I don't know why
I
I
was
bring my
gonna
glasses. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Can you state your name, please?
Catherine Kinchi.
Okay, go ahead and sign. Okay.
I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Just so you know, the three of us around the table are the ARB. And Amy Worth at the end of the table is the representative from the district. Got Aaron in the back there is driving, but now he's also from the appraisal. I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay, that's fine, it makes it easier. Under that form is a chart, which is called the hearing procedure times, and that's how we're gonna run the hearing today. It's broken into two sections. One is if you present first, or the other is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first. But you get the honor of choosing who goes first, who presents first.
Y'all go first.
Okay? Fine.
This account is 64756. Last year, it was certified at 68,190. excuse me, this year it was noticed at 92,680. There is a note in here saying that there was a mobile home added in 2020. So that's it. It's just a trailer package, utility hookup to the mobile home, and then the little structure itself. Which we have 40 grand on for both of them, for the site improvements and the mobile home. Could you show us where this is? Sure. County lines actually up here. This is 1069 heading towards AP. And Kirby Road goes right in here. So this is one of those properties you pass on 1069 going that way toward the road. That one. On the corner of Kirby and 159. Okay, so the land value changed this year pretty substantially out there. The first comp in our sales grade is just a land sale. It was it's a verified land sale on 2295 Kirby. And it was in January of 21. And it doesn't tell you because this is a regular grid, it's not a land grid, but that it indicates $1.63 a foot. What they paid for their land on Kirby, and this property is at $1. So that's one point. That's a really good data point for land value. The rest of them are going to be mobile home sales or land with mobile homes on it in this area. So we just look at what people are paying for them because they're going to be adjusted to be like the subject, but for the actual, what are people paying? 141, 127, 251, and 170. So nobody's buying any of these mobile home properties, even out here in the county, for less than 100. So the indicated median value for the subject, because it is pretty small, is 125. Let's see. In the equity grid, this is these are not sales. These are other properties that we have appraised to see if we're appraising this thing in any kind of ununiform or unequal way. The indicated value there is 94,000. So we passed the test on equity for that. Basically, the value did change year over year just because of sales activity out there. Going the land value change. That's it. That's all right.
You have 7 minutes.
My turn?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, everything you just mentioned, it's kind of like, okay, I had no clue about this stuff. I'm telling you, all I know is I'm by myself, I'm retired or disabled, I get disability, and I can't afford these taxes, and the land to me, that little bit of land is not worth $52,000, or whatever. And I mean, it's had no improvement since I bought it 15 years old, 17. None whatsoever. By myself, like I said, my intentions were good, but I just have had lots of problems. It's neither here nor there. You could care less about that, I'm sure. But the property is just, no improvements whatsoever on the property. The mobile home, I don't understand why it went from 36 last year to 40 this year. I thought mobile homes depreciated, not appreciated, was what I've been told. I mean, other than my own personal, hardships and struggling trying to keep up with it, all I can say is, that's why I moved from inside Aransas city limits outside the city limits. Because I thought, well, I can manage property taxes out here because my property taxes were almost $2,500 where I sold my house in Aransas. And now, and in the beginning, it was all good. When I first moved out there, everything was good. And I know things go up. I mean, everything goes up eventually. But boy, this was one big jump here.
Can't talk at all.
Not really.
You can tell me.
You can say something.
The water well.
Oh, my water well is having problems. It hasn't been right since the hurricane. I haven't had the money to get somebody. I've had friends look at it, family, people I know that won't charge me. And they really don't know what to tell me. They think maybe I need a new pump, and it might just be a new pump I need. But I haven't had a chance to get somebody out there yet.
She can't live out there right now.
I haven't even moved out, back out there again since they put the mobile home in. It's a, excuse my language, it's a little piss stream coming out of the water in the house. You can't shower, you can't put a washing machine in there, that's not gonna work. So I just don't know what's wrong with the water well, but it can be fixed, I'm sure. It probably just needs a new pump. I just don't know. I'm not living in it. I'm living in an apartment right now for senior citizens. That's another issue. Every time my taxes out here go up because of opposite asset, they charge me more rent. So I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? What do I do?
Have you ever lived in this?
I've lived out there. Hurricane blew my mobile home, but I haven't lived in this new mobile home yet. No. Because the water, well, mostly. And I've had a lot of medical issues, but I still intend or want to get back out there. But I just have to get that water well working is the main thing. But
So you don't have any estimate of what it'll cost to fix it?
oh, I don't know. And we can do it ourselves if you know, I just have to find the time and the funds to get a professional to look at it. But I really don't know, you know, I'm just saying, I can take y'all out there and show you how the water's running. It's just not, you know. And I really don't know, and I'm sure I probably need to have all that tested before I use the water anyway, you know, because it's under flood waters. So I'm sure that's not safe, you know. But that goes along with just getting the water well fixed.
So are these pictures of property?
They're just showing. I had a whole bunch more, but I didn't want to bore y'all or take up more of your time than, you know, they were just more of the same thing. It's just salt water, like saltwater muck, like what's behind the dunes at the beach, you know? And it's been that way. Now the hurricane brought in a bunch more muck. And, you know, I've mowed and mowed and mowed, or they mowed and mowed, my daughter and her husband, but,
Not recently.
well, their lawnmower bit the dust, and I have some, since the hurricane, I had some of those, I don't know what you call it, weezach trees or something, with the big thorns.
Yeah.
So it keeps flattening out their right lawnmower, so it's looking pretty bad out there right now.
Okay, it looks like you've got two different colors on your mobile, or is it two different mobiles? Is one of these one?
No, it's just one.
No, it's just one mobile home. There's a little shed in the back,
Yeah.
which I don't know if I'm being taxed on that.
Go through the pictures down to the bottom.
Yeah, no, it's just the white balance.
It's just the white.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like it'll appear kind of green, and then the last photo, it looks kind of tan.
Yeah.
The very last one, very bottom.
Yeah.
What's that?
But
No,
it's not-
just
I mean,
white.
all along the bottom. Yeah, looks kind of tan, it's the same.
It is.
Yeah, it's just one mobile home. That's the skirting around it, and then there's a little shed in the back that got rolled. I picked it back up and they were gonna demolish it, but I told them, no, leave that, let me see. Cause I thought maybe I could, you know, pound it back out or something, but I can't even get the door open, so it's trash, really, the little shed. And I mean, it's got everything that was in it. Cause I can't get the door open, and I don't know what to do about that yet. Destroy it, it's not, you know, useful.
Understand.
Yeah, just turn on.
Is that shed maybe?
I know, like, you know, it's not.
I know one time years ago, somebody was printed out some stuff on my taxes for me. It was a friend of mine I used to work with. And I probably shouldn't mention it because I don't remember the details, but something about that shed they were charging me on every year. And I was being charged every year, and I was like, this shed I bought used for $100. And I'm paying so much a year for this shed. I could have a new shed every 10 years. You know, I figured it out, you know, did the math on it and all. I was like, what the hell? Why am I being charged that on this little old shed? I'll just demolish the shed.
It's not, you're not being.
You're not.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
It is taxable property, but they're little bitty things, they're hard to keep up with, move around, you know.
So I might have been taxed at one time. That might have been so, but
Yeah,
because I'm sure that's what my friend told me.
yeah, no, I would believe that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't understand even, I'm looking at a lot of this, you know, I don't understand all of it.
I'll just point out that the water well, you know, assuming, we don't know what, nobody's inspected it or whatever, to replace it, which is a very real possibility, so, is anywhere between $4,000 and $8,000.
You mean the whole well?
Yeah, just to get a new water well.
Oh, I don't think I need that.
Well, it
But
depends.
it's currently inoperable. So if somebody was to buy the property from you, they may say, you need to get that water well fixed. The person may come out and say, we can't really fix it. If you have to put a new one. And so there's no way to know. And again, maybe you can fix it. That won't be free either. But just depending on how deep the well goes, it's $4,000 to $8,000.
And that's if you have to drill a new well, that's
Oh,
the major expense. If it's just a matter of replacing the pump, well, we still have to come out and pull it,
Yeah,
and depending on how deep it is and that type of thing.
it's been sitting in disrepair for a while.
Yeah.
Maybe it might be a bigger problem, but the other thing I'll say is, since you're currently renting, as property values go up, your rent's gonna go up, those two things are they're the same thing, property value. So, if you were to be living out here, your tax situation would be a little better, actually. You would have a homestead, it would put a limit on how much it can go up every year,
Right.
you would get an exemption. When you turn 65, it'll just freeze, and your exemption goes up. So, I mean, I know that it costs money to get this to where you can move into it, but long term, it'll cost a lot less actually to move here than in the park.
yeah, and I understand that. And yeah, common sense tells me, and I've been, telling myself, I need to get it together and get back out there,
Yeah.
But, because it'd be cheaper on me, but
Also, your property won't go up as fast
why is that?
because homestead, you
Oh,
can only
yeah, yeah.
increase 10%.
Your appraisal.
How much does homestead take? You said 10%?
Well, the taxes on it for 10%, right?
It's not taxes. The homestead exemption caps an increase in appraisal.
Okay, so
So your appraisal can't exceed by more than 10%.
per
Okay,
year.
now, your appraised value may go up above that, but your assessed value, which is the amount that is passed over to calculate taxes on, that would be limited to a maximum of 10%.
And your exemption, which would be a third of the value of the property, so.
But it depends entirely on how much your appraisal goes up. In this case, your appraisal went up, 24,000. It would have been limited to 10% of an increase of from the 68,000 of last year. The other thing I want to mention too is we don't know what taxes are going to be. We deal with appraisals. The appraisal is then passed over to the taxing entity, school district, county, and so on, and they come up with the tax rate. So your appraisal may go up. It's entirely possible that your taxes may not go up. I can't say that they are or aren't. Okay. It just depends on what the taxing entities do.
Right.
So
I think you get back into that, put a homestead on it would be a better financial situation than staying. Also, we wanted to point out that improvements is a strange word, but they to use all the time. Improvement doesn't mean that you had a piece of property last year and this year, you did something to it to improve it, painted it.
Yeah, that's what I'm in my mind about the improvement.
That's
Yeah,
not what it is. It's basically that this house sitting here last year and sitting here this year, the market says, okay, it was this much worth this much last year, and this year it's worth this much. Those are sales figures, but sold in the area. So it's not things that you personally did to the property.
Gotcha.
It's just based on market value.
Around the property.
and the improvement
Whole
is
area.
what's added to the land. So any structure, anything that's put on the land is called an improvement, irregardless of whether or not it was updated, modified, made better, repaired, whatever the case might be.
Anything else? Well, you still have time, anything else you want to say?
No, I guess that's it.
And okay, and if you go through, and then the ARB has some time, which you guys stay here for, we can think about what we want to do with the property.
Is that a real diamond in your hand?
Yeah.
Gee. That was beautiful.
Anyway. I'm certainly willing to take off the down. Aiming for that with $8,000 for the well.
Well, can I ask, why would my mobile home be more this year? Am I not getting something that,
Without going into looking at last year, there's a thing called a neighborhood adjustment, which is when they look at the sales in an area, in a neighborhood, and they see an increase in sales. Rather than individually go in and increase this guy, they increase the entire neighborhood. And I can see here that the neighborhood adjustment is 110%. That's 10, I'm sorry, 110. It's a 10% increase. So my guess right now, without investigating it further, is what you're seeing right now is primarily an increase in the entire neighborhood. Everybody got an increase of 10%
From the sale.
Yeah, it's just when sales come in, they're.
that's what I'm getting?
Yeah, the reason we put an adjustment on the buildings is because if somebody has more house, more buildings, then it'll scale more dollars than it will for somebody with a smaller house or lesser valued house. So if you see a neighborhood that is a mix of a lot of really old stuff and really small stuff, and then new bigger things, and you need to get to market value on everything, if you adjust the land value, then everybody's gonna go up the same dollar. So you just, it attaches it to the quality of the building. So nicer houses go up more, smaller or older houses go up less. So pretty much.
Okay, well, I
Just
guess
trying to-
that kind of explains why I wasn't taxed very much at all on my old mobile home.
Yeah.
Well, and things are moving
Yeah,
anywhere,
Yeah.
you know, this last 2 years has been.
Yeah.
A shocker to all of it.
Selling a mobile home, yes, because they, if some reason, if you buy,
I just don't know.
really, it's silly what you get offered for it, but.
Well, let's just sell the mobile home.
But then you don't get the chance to have your
homestead.
homestead.
I'm hearing, but I just will stay where I'm at and pay taxes on the property, and she can have that later. Well, I got things to think about then.
Yes.
We're gonna make a decision on the property or, I mean, I just mentioned to Scott that I'm certainly willing to be taking down 84,000, which takes off about 8,000 and change for the well.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you make a motion on your account, which is 2022-1323. Account number 64756, which is 2680 Curry Road, Aransas Pass. That's the incorrect market equity values. ARB is going to reduce the current loan value of the property of $19,680 to $84,000.
I second.
On favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, new values 84,000. That's gonna be your appraised value. And again, we don't know what's gonna happen with that. We'll just have to see.
We hope to get it fixed so you can get most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's time I just bite the bullet and help somebody out there and. I mean, I've talked to a few people and, they're like, just to come out is like crazy and I'll find somebody, but anyway,
Good luck.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank you. You're welcome. I appreciate anything. I appreciate it. No, I appreciate. We're all done?
We are.
Okay, now Donna, I need to take that little.
Yeah, you
Oh,
got,
I got it.
got
Okay.
there.
All right. All right, I'm shaking like a leaf, but y'all didn't bite my bullet.
You did fine.
Thank you.
Case 1859.
You know, we're ready.
On the page 7, I see. And it's, account number 48645.
So we have, two people in person now,
2 more.
this one and one more.
No, we have a total of 4.
Oh, four, okay, so this one and three. Or 130,
This one and 2 more.
Okay.
We just did 1.
okay, so this one and 2 weeks back. Let me just repeat the one coming in. There's,
Go look for.
How many fingers am I holding?
Yeah. There's no affidavit at all.
Do you have any mention that it just Gary?
Have we confused you?
No.
Alright, we got 3 hearings and 3 o'clock.
We'll get it.
All right, right?
Oh, it's hiding in the corner. That's why.
Well, right down to the table.
I'm here. How are you? You Gary?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, if I call you Gary? Is it okay if I call you Gary? Sure. Okay. I have some administrative stuff I'm gonna run through real quick. You'll be asked to swear in a minute, and Beth will let you know when it comes time to do that. Okay. We're opening the hearing on case ID 2022-1859, account number 28645, which is 2379 A-1 Hill Road in Aransas Pass. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And okay, we have market and equity values are under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using that form, which is conveniently right here. Or there's a copy of it also in the determination package that will be mailed to you after the hearing that documents the results. Information about how to return it, or if you want to take it online, is all included at the top of that form. The survey itself is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So have you submitted all the evidence you're going to reference? I see we have a bunch of pictures.
Yeah, I attempted to take pictures, but I couldn't give you. So.
Okay. We have 2 pictures. And the key thing is that we can't introduce anything else during the hearing, so all your evidence needs to be submitted.
No, the evidence that you put in there, I don't have.
Yes, no, because that's part of the.
Y'all got better picture than I.
All right, so the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with one person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
Not to be person, tax code, section 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so Jerry will be asked to swear in at this point, and
I'm just gonna read that statement out. I do, please.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is correct.
State your name.
Gary do.
I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear from the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District.
here I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the appraiser's Texas Appraisal Licensing Certification Board. Okay, that's fine. Read here. Underneath your package of information, there is a chart which is a hearing procedure times.
Okay.
And that's how we're going to run the hearing today. taking one of two forms. Either you can present first or the appraisal district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time regardless of who presents first. But you get to choose whether you want to present first or whether you would like the appraisal district to present first.
Might as well let the appraisal district.
Fine.
So this is account 48645. It is a vacant lot, a vacant tract of land, 5 acres on A1 Hill Road. So if you look at the picture, just back out a good ways and figure out where we are. Bypasses over here. There's, Johnson, Kirby, A1 Hill Road, Sawyer, they're all out there. That's where it is. It's a 5 acre tract. And we have it at like 18,250 an acre, 18,250 an acre. All right, so the sales are, all of our sale comps are 5 acre tracts, and they're in the same area. We call it Burton, Danforth, and Campbell. They're Johnson Road, Moore Avenue, Walker Road. The median indicated value for those sales of those subject or the comps is $100,530. So we expect this to be $100,000. These are all 5 acre tracts. Let's see. Let's look at the sale prices real quick. 90,000, 125, 94, and 93.5. So there's that one that's 125 is pulling it up a little bit, but really more like 94 should be, should be 94 instead of 100, but it's not that far off. Either way, we're at 91,250. So this land value didn't change this year. So that's why when you look at these sales, you're just seeing kind of where we're at. The equity grid is other properties that are out there, similar size tracts. This is just on this land table for undeveloped. And no adjustments on it. It's just on the, it's called the AS 3900 land table. S3900 is the subdivision that is the Campbell. The Campbell sub. So this is just what large acreage tracts are out there. Like I said, this value was not revalued this year. That's it. Pretty simple, don't have a whole lot to say. Okay, Derek, you have 7 minutes if you need it.
Okay. Well, most of the land, I drove by some of it and it looked like they at least they had improvements to roads or at least clearings. This land has not been cleared at all. It is full of thorns and brush. Like I said, I couldn't even get pictures because I couldn't get in more than 5 feet, even on the sides. Hadn't been developed at all. It's
Good access, can you get to the property? Are there roads?
there's A1 Hill Road. But I mean, after the A1 Hill Road, there's no way to get inside the property. It's just too thick. There's nothing.
So there was a fire, what happened with that?
It had a fire a few years ago. I had someone call and tell me there was a fire out there. And I don't know, it's grown up pretty good now. Because I can't even see where the fire was. Couldn't get to the center of the property. But apparently a couple of years ago, there was a fire that went through out there. Nothing's developed on the front side. Just basically it's raw land. And I looked at some of these other properties and it showed where at least where it's clear, they had a road where they could get by a house close to it. Half the property and then half's their house. So it's more improved property of 90,000 than this land was.
The properties treated and.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna be undeveloped land, they're just 5 acre tracts, they have no improvements on them, but something like clearing land, to drive into it or make a driveway or something is not, we don't quantify the difference in that for any property, for a lot of different reasons. So the land is just what the land is, there's a level of that, and we're just, I don't actually know anybody who does that. Matters whether, because you can just rent equipment or pay somebody to clear it, and if that really helps, Then if it really is adding value to have a driveway, say that goes around it, or a sendera around your property or something like that, then you would just do that before you sell. Because it would be worth it. So, and if it's not, then you wouldn't, because why would you spend money when you don't have to? So we don't even look at that.
What did you intend to do with the property? What did you intend to do with the property?
Oh, it's sat there since something, I've got a camper, eventually I was gonna put it back on there, but right now I've got air conditioning and other things I gotta do. I was gonna just set it there because I'm paying in on that, I was a big fisherman. Or used to be big fisherman.
I don't have any.
Yeah, it's just sitting there. I had no intentions of doing anything with it. All right, eventually probably sell it, but
Okay, so you had the property since 81?
since that was 80, it could have been 81, yes.
Okay, I thought that's what you said. Okay,
189, no, I believe it would be 89. The 89,
Okay.
property 88, 89.
so a long time,
Oh, long time.
long time.
And it's had no improvements.
Well, there were no adjustments to it this year, that you didn't have any.
Yeah, I mean, even last year, there shouldn't have been any, I haven't done anything that property.
Yeah, but it also relates to what's around you and what's going on with sale prices, so. It would be
Yeah.
nice if it was all under your control.
Oh, yeah,
But
well,
it's not,
the neighbors, they have houses and all, I mean, there's still property, so yeah.
yeah.
The median, market value, for 5 acre plots in your area is 100,530. And, median equity value is exactly what you're assessed at, which is 91,250. So you're exactly equal everybody else with a 5 acre tract in that area.
For raw property, that's what it's
Raw
called.
property, it's all raw property.
Isn't that something?
Like how simple.
Hey,
You
listen,
want
At
to sell?
that rate,
We're all looking at, our homes and saying, but.
that's,
it went up. The appraisal went up from last year,
No, it didn't.
what, 78, and then put it to 90 something?
well, last year's price was 91, people, the same as what it is this year.
Well, I see 78.
It might have been.
It may have been 2 years ago. Possibly.
Last year, so it's exactly the same. But there was a lot of areas that have had market adjustments, which is based on sales. So a lot of sales were in the area, and they look at that, so things were X amount more. Well, there was not a market evaluation done on your area. So your property stayed exactly the same as what it was last year. So,
Now, on the appraisal, it showed that line, it went like that, is that a pipeline or something? What is that red line that was in?
Oh, that's just,
that's just a property lines, that red line, property line.
yeah, Scott, if you want to show the picto on, not the picto, but- yeah, well,
There,
yeah,
that red line.
Those are just tract of land.
yeah, unfortunately, the program that draws the boxes around properties.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes
So
it follows that.
the red line.
So that red line is actually associated with the property to the left. They're a little,
Oh, okay, so it's offset.
yeah, or actually yours goes.
It's sort of done from that satellite,
But
which is how many miles away, and doesn't do
I
well,
see.
yeah,
It's not,
accurate.
it's not indicative of anything else like a drainage ditch or a pipeline or anything like that. So it's just like what they use or what we use to see the outline of the property.
Okay, so we're gonna make a decision, and I think unfortunately, need to leave it right where it is.
Yeah.
Is what it is, I guess.
Listen, it's probably gonna get more valuable, so. Think about whatever you want to do with it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I would make a motion on case ID 2022-1859. To account for 8645, which is 2379A, One Hill Road in Aransas, Mass. In addressing market equity value, it's the opinion of the President Review Board that the currently known value of $91,250 should stand.
I second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, Gary, sorry we couldn't do more for you, but,
Now, if you're 65, then say,
well, the answer is kind of sort of,
One of you have a property.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not-
I think it only, I think it only homestead, homestead and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, please. All right, there's that.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think this one is- And the back of the, just you just say that.
Gotcha.
Okay, we're gonna do 1428. Case ID.
No, that's 13. What do you want, 14?
Yeah, 1428. Top of page 6. Three, 2, 3, 1 is the panels. I don't have any. No evidence. Okay, it is what it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Evidence.
There's thumb drive.
Oh, there is a thumb drive. Homestead.
Next time.
Oh, yeah.
You can put it on the table.
You are Jesus? Okay. I'll tell you that. All right. Okay, Susan, I have some administrative stuff I'm gonna run through real quick. You'll be asked to swear in a minute, and Beth will step you through that when we get to that point. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1428, account number 3323, which is 1019 North Camp Street in Rockport. Need a minute to find it? No. Okay. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest. Okay, market value and equity are under protest. So we are the appraisal review board, the three of us around the table, that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the form, which is right there. Or there will be a copy also in the determination package that's mailed to you after this hearing that documents the results of the hearing. You can also take it online, and information about how to do that is also included at the top of that form. The survey is entirely voluntary. We always appreciate any feedback you want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And I understand we have a thumb drive that has some evidence that you're providing. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, just solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I have the opportunity, so swear that I communicated with the person in tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so we have to swear in right now. Beth will help you do that.
I'm just gonna read the statement out loud. It starts with I do. Go ahead and read it out loud, so we can have it for the record.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name, please,
Jesus Rios.
and go ahead and sign and print.
I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear from the testimony to present the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District, true and correct.
Okay, and again, the three of us are the ARB, and Aaron Burke at the end of the table is the representative from the appraisal district. And Scott Arrington and Beth are also representatives from the district. Cases I have to ask if you hold a license certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing Certification Board. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you probably don't have to. And, there's an organization called the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board, and I'm just I have to ask everybody whether they hold a license certificate from that group. Okay. Underneath your folder there is actually there you go. Perfect. That is the hearing procedure times. That's how we're going to run the hearing today. It takes two forms. One is if you present information first, or the other is if the appraisal district goes first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first. But you get to make the decision of who presents first. Are you cold?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
It doesn't matter.
Well, you need to make the choice, so, and it does, and it makes no difference either way. I mean, it's not like it's better one way or the other from our perspective.
Let it go first.
Okay, fine, fine.
Okay, so this is account 33231. It is a single family residential home on North Ann Street. It is homesteaded. The property owner is homestead over 65, so it's frozen. Last year it was certified at 110,000. This year it was noticed at 136,210. It has a cap loss, pulling the assessed value down to 121. Handy rule of thumb, if it's not new to the cap, it's not new to the freeze. So this value change will have no, just to be clear, it's not no impact on the tax. It'll just be what it was last year, because you're frozen.
That's what I noticed.
So when you turn 65, your exemptions change on your house, wherever you primarily live. So a little bit of your taxes will just go down because you turn 65. The second thing that happens is your bill gets like stuck in time. Whatever your bill is that year is the bill you'll get forever. Until you change something about your property. It doesn't matter if your property value is triple what it was. The year that it froze, the year you turn 65, that bill is the same bill you're gonna get forever. So that's the whole point, is to make it so you can plan for the future. These kind of things, like the only reason your value changed is because stuff sells in this little donut back here, we call it the donut. And it's sells for a lot. Stuff is selling for a lot. Small houses are selling for really high prices, and you're actually it won't affect your taxes because you're frozen. That's the whole point. Let's see here.
It's helpful if you decided to sell it. It's more valuable, but as long as he says it's not going to.
Yeah, if you decide to sell it, having your value assessed high can kind of help. The really big thing is with if you move, or if you have storm damage and you need to collect on insurance, you want that number to be as high as possible, basically.
The appraised value.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if you have a house, and let's say your house is worth, in reality, to rebuild your house would be $150,000. If we only had $90,000 on the house, and then it gets destroyed, and you rebuild it for $150,000, your taxes will go up for the whole difference. But if your value is where it really should be, then when you rebuild it, your taxes won't be affected. Because you just say, well, I just built back what I had. Obviously, it's new, but I didn't build like a fancy new house, then your taxes actually are unaffected, so it helps. But anyways, I'll just present our evidence real quick. The sales grid is,
I'm sorry, can you show us where this is at? I know we looked at the,
so this street on outside the parking lot right here is
Yeah.
Ann Street. It's like 2 blocks that way.
oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the first comp is really good. It's the same class of property and it's on North Ann. It's bigger. It's basically twice as big. I think there's actually more than one building. Yeah, there's 2 cottages on this thing that are about the same size as the subject. But somebody bought this for at least 300 of the deed of trust amount. So that's a good example of just like why property values are up there. And then North Burn, we have sales in North Burn and West Liberty. The median value is 186. We would expect this house to sell for 186. The equity grid is other properties in the area. Our equity number is 142. As long as we're not above that number, then we're not doing anything unfair to this house. There's no weird adjustments on this raising the value. It's just a house. The protest on here indicates that the home is 40 by 40 and not how we measured it. We can put a note in there to like more accurately remeasure the house on the ground this coming year, just so we can, because we're only talking about a foot in each direction, foot or 2. But the change of bringing this down to a 40 by 40 from what it is wouldn't even break the cap loss value. So it would take, if you go to the property card real quick. And to be clear, I'm addressing the board. You don't have to know all this. There's a lot of numbers. You don't need to become an expert in this stuff, but it's 136. If this is really 40 by 40, then it becomes 128. Well, their assessed value for this year is 121. So it's not really going to do anything, even for the tiny units that don't freeze. So. Jesus, you have 7
Okay.
minutes, go and ask questions.
The real protest really is the size of my property is 150 by 128. And so we had donated 10 feet to the easement. And I see other properties on the maps and the kind of weird stuff like that, some computer, right? And some properties a little bit bigger than mine, they're cheaper. I mean, they're higher, mine's higher and they're cheaper than mine are. That's what I'm trying to say.
Do you know which properties those were or where they were?
Yes, it's in the Smith and Wood where I live. Black over to the right. There's a house there, it's 2 lots in the house and everything on it. They're 65, I think, 128. The only were 32,000. And mine is
I don't know which property.
okay, we don't have address. I don't know the address, but I can tell you who owns it.
Wait, is that it?
No, that's
That's
not.
fine.
Oh, okay. Could you find it on a map?
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh,
Okay, it's okay, guys, it's okay.
okay. Yeah, and to be clear, you said the lot was
I think it's 65 by 128.
yeah, 65 by 128.
Each.
Wait, no, your lot.
Oh, my life, it's 50 by 128.
By 128. That's 6,400. That's what we have.
Mhm.
We have it at being 6,400.
No.
But if we can pull up the map, maybe we can find out what one is looking at.
Yeah. But I don't know the address. I know it's gay gun, but I don't know the address.
He's gonna switch to
Oh, because it's on the.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Go back.
So where we want, you want to go Gagon?
Gay gun.
There's Gagon.
Okay. Always found it.
You do 35.
Okay, the blue box is your property.
Okay,
Dagon is the street to the left.
33, 23 to 14. No, is it
14,
I
okay.
think it's
There's
one
a
of
big
those-
one, yeah. See that says 7043?
Yeah.
43, that one right there.
70453.
You can see. So there's that garage there.
It's 7043. This one.
Yeah, that one, I think that one.
No, they is on this side, this is on this side.
This is Alameda right here. So you're looking at your lot on the road, looking at it, you can turn right, you're going down Alameda, here's Dagon right there.
No, it's further down.
Okay, where's that at?
Further down.
Where's that? Okay.
Okay, there's Alameda, it's over here up there, for the 49, 25, 58. Keep going right around there. Right there at 30. 56,
Yeah.
58, 9.
Okay.
5, 6, 5, 8.
Yeah, that's the corner lot.
No, the next one up is five.
You don't have the corner.
He is on the one in the middle. 56, 58, 9, isn't it? Look, the one right there.
There's an open lot. You got a full garage.
The subject is what? Children's foot, right?
No, I got lost.
I got the.
You did a picture of it, don't you?
56, 58, 9.
Yeah.
This is the corner one.
It's
Okay.
Okay,
it's more, it's
right?
on a different tape.
Think it's
Yeah.
that. Think it's that.
Corner one.
56, 50, no, not the corner, it's 56.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I mean, that was backwards, back.
So-
This is how it- oh,
Go ahead and zoom out a little bit. Explain why our things are the way they are. So this is Pearl Street right here. And then there's actually a little bit of this dips in where it's the city now. It was annexed recently, but it's really before the hurricane. There was kind of growth in property value as this neighborhood, the character of this neighborhood sort of expanded out. This was always sort of like old Rockport outlots kind of feeling. This Pearl Street, ever since the storm, it's kind of like creeping over. So we'll still see stuff selling way more than it used to sell, but comparatively less expensive here than over here. So basically what I'm trying to say is there is a different value for land on this street than there is on this street or even this street, or these all have their own land tables. And it just has to do with us trying to like fine tune and not have the fact that really North Ann Street has very high sales on it. Have that affect Vern Street immediately, right? We're trying to kind of graduate it. If you look at these other lots though, they're gonna be the same. As
Okay,
far as like, you being assessed the same way everyone else is, they should have the same land value, they should have, because you're just on the North Ann land table called S5550 North Ann.
can you point where my house is right there? I don't see it.
Yeah, a little blue dot.
Blue dot right there.
56,
Okay, so you
56.
go across, and
That's the open one right there in the corner of Alameda. It's,
Yeah.
it's the next one, it's 56, 58, 9.
anyway, that
Yeah.
property is bigger, mine is cheaper, mine. And he has 2 lots, I only got 1. So I don't know how it's cheap, the same area,
I-
same wood,
It's Lowen,
lower
it's
now.
Lowen's house. Lowen.
Lowen?
Yeah.
Because the one that we looked at before was twice as much. So, let me. I don't know which one you're looking at.
56, 58, 9.
Yeah,
But it's the Alameda's right there.
yeah,
Okay, we live over
we
here.
just looked at that one. Their land value is 64,000.
64,000.
Yours is 38.
This one here.
It's here, let me just show you what it is, It's right here.
Yeah.
Jerry,
This is it.
Jerry Lawing, $64,000.
Yours is 38.
Yeah, if I didn't have them.
Oh, well,
There's
it's
2 properties.
because it's bigger. It's gonna be less per foot because it's bigger and it's on a different street.
I understand that. That's why,
Well, just
But if you buy
because,
1 Coke, it's $1. If you buy 6 Cokes, it's $5. That's the same principle. It's less when you buy more. It's less per unit. That's how all land is everywhere.
oh no, that was about all the property behind me, I had a chance.
I said, I don't want to pay too many taxes.
Yeah,
That would be cheaper if I bought all of it.
it would be, yeah, if you go to somebody who's trying to sell 5 lots.
Figure out.
If the guy said, I'm selling 5 $30,000 lots, obviously he wants 150. But if you say, hey, I will buy all 5 from you right now, and you don't have to find any other buyers, he might sell it to you for 135. He might just give you a break.
That's what makes me, that's me up.
That's value, yeah, but it should still be more, because it's bigger, it is more dollars, but per foot, it's gonna be less.
So there are a couple things to recommend. First off, your land appraisal didn't change from last year to this year. Maybe you may not have recognized that, but it was 38,400 last year. It's 38,400 this year. The second thing, again, you have to keep in mind the protection and value of your homestead exemption and your over 65 tax freeze exemption. Because even though your appraised values went from 110 to 126, 136, from 110 to 136, your assessed value only went to 121, not 136. And even having said that, your taxes aren't going to change at all, not a nickel, because you are over 65. Okay?
Okay, and one thing, they don't change the paperwork, but they change when I gotta go pay with it. In the tax office, I got pay later, you're paying more this year than what last year.
I don't believe that that's,
I think,
that they haven't, well, when you say you paid more last year,
Okay,
that the tax bills haven't come out yet.
no, for last year,
last year,
Okay?
we're paying 360. What I change? Every other month for 4
it's
payments.
right here, $334.
Yeah, $334.
So we can pay cash like in January.
Yeah.
We pay four deals.
For
So
payments.
I know last year was cheaper.
And when did you turn 65?
Oh,
Long time ago. I don't
We
know.
already see 73.
What's the, how much is the discrepancy year over year?
16 and 15.
$20.
2015, from 2015, he was 66. When he turned 66.
Okay, so the bulk of your taxes is the school district. That's the hugest group that's taxing anybody is the school district. They're the one that's completely frozen. There's these other little units like the navigation district, the road and flood, the emergency services. They don't freeze, but they're super small. So your bill might change by like, I don't know, $5, $10, $20 or something like that. Probably not even that much. But how much different is it this year from last year?
You don't pay the deal. I just.
You said it was 330, is that?
Yeah,
is
I
that-
paid
you know, that's-
334.54
that's a quarter of
for
it?
payments.
So it was, so you said it was,
So the total is 1,382.13 for what we paid.
1,392.13. Okay, so this coming year, you can expect to pay about the same amount. The thing is, nobody can tell you what your bill is going to be at the end of the year, because nobody knows, it doesn't exist yet. What we have to do is we simply do the appraisal, we go through this process at the end of July, the school and everybody else gets the numbers from us, and then they figure out how much to tax people. So no one knows what your bill is going to be, but you're frozen, so your bill is gonna be.
If it's frozen,
Uh-huh.
the school is frozen,
School is frozen.
why do I have in, what is it? Here was this. 2020,
Mhm.
334.54, it's Aransas County Independent School District.
Yep.
And right here is 300 and in 2019, it was 360.
366.
Uh-huh,
So it's allowed to go down.
uh-huh.
It's not allowed to go up over a certain ceiling. The reason it went down last year is because the tax rate went So when they lower the taxes, you actually pay less, but when they raise them, you don't pay more. It's a ceiling.
It'll go back up, it can increase up to the ceiling amount, up to the freeze amount.
Yeah, that's side. Yeah.
So it's frozen.
Yeah.
So it's frozen.
It's frozen.
Now, if you really have questions, you should go to the tax office and talk to them. Because they can tell you, they should be able to tell you what the freeze amounts are and that type of thing. And explain some of those effects that you were observing.
Okay, because that's how, I didn't think about that, and you said, the more you buy, the cheaper it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I paid both at one time.
Yeah.
okay, so you need to wrap this up if you can.
We're done with that.
Right, if you want to, I can tell you what the freeze amounts are, they're in here. I mean, you don't have to like go through that, I mean, if you want to know that amount, I mean, like, I don't know if they're concerned. Just writing down. Okay, I'll do that. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks.
Twenty twenty-two, 1428. Count 33231, which is 1019 North Ann Street. Addressing incorrect market and equity values. It's the opinion of the credit review board that the currently known value of 136,210. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, and
I'm sorry.
you're in a good position with your homestead and your tax freeze and so on. If you were to ever sell, you really do want to have your appraised value as high as it can be, or if you have, as Nathan indicated or explained earlier, having to deal with a disaster, like another hurricane or something like that. You want to have your appraised value be as high as it can be. It can go up and up and up and up, but you don't see the effects.
That's what.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. If you want to take this with you, you can, or you'll get another copy in the determination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget your first time.
And sir,
Thank you.
thanks. Okay.
Next one's gonna be account number 18701.
Which is 1315 is the case ID. Page right with the steps.
Yeah.
Cave,
What, sorry.
Cave is last name.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
No, I.
I think I can leave that there.
I think we're ready.
We have a thumb drive or anything? No.
I'm sorry, we have one for the last one, you want it now?
No.
There you go. Well, they're afterwards, we don't have any scanning. I don't have a thumb drive for that, I had this one for her, for this one right here.
How y'all doing today?
Fine.
Oh, it comes in bits and spurts.
I think you can call it popular.
Before we get started, I just want to make sure any evidence that you have has been submitted to these folks, or did you have any? And that's perfectly fine. We just want to make sure that we're not missing
I'm
someone.
gonna throw them out. Hat in the rain, falling all parts.
Let's see what happens. Okay, and you are Wayne?
Yes, sir.
Can I call you Wayne?
Yes, sir. Everybody does.
Well, just want to make sure that some people like to be called Mr. Wayne.
No, that's not me.
Okay.
My good friends call me to do a lot of work.
Okay, Wayne, I have some administrative stuff I'm gonna run through. And at some point, you'll be asked to swear in. When we get to that point, Beth will help you do that. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1315, account number 18701, which is 416 Every Island Road in Taft. That's out off 188, is that right?
Well, you take, no, I remember the county road, I'm bad about that. Turn off of 188.
Yeah.
Turn off 188 before we stop
Yeah,
and go towards the trail.
yeah,
Not before you get on the bridge,
yeah.
the bayside and take a right.
Okay, okay.
It's on the left after on the hill.
All right, and we'll see it on the map here in a second too. Okay, this hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And it looks like
Online, market.
okay, so market value and equity is under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the form, which is there on the table for you if you like. Another copy of that will be in the determination package, which will be mailed to you after the hearing, which documents the results of the hearing. Or if you'd like, you can actually take it online, and information about how to take it online is included at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always do appreciate any feedback that you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. And appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And you indicated that you didn't have anything else that you needed to submit as evidence at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Captain Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Wayne will be asked to swear in right now. Beth will help you do that.
Okay, we're gonna start with that I do statement, read that out loud, please.
All right. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
State your name.
Raymond Wayne Cade.
Okay, go ahead and sign.
I am a do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
Wayne, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No,
Okay, thank you. There in front of you is a chart that's the hearing procedure times. Represents how we're going to run the hearing today. Takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. You each have equal amounts of time to present, question, rebut, whatever. Irregardless of who goes first in the presentation. You get to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or whether you would like the district to present first.
well, this is my first time here. I'll let y'all go first and I'll see what happens.
No problem.
My wife came up here one time and I was busy taking my dad to the doctor, so I've never done this before.
Okay.
She was impressed. She said, you know, I had really good pictures. I was gonna go take pictures. She said, don't even bother. But she was impressed.
Right, so this is property ID 18701. It is a vacant waterfront lot in Egery Island. So out toward the bayside. There is a note saying that all improvements were demoed after the hurricane. So this presumably used to have something on it, currently does not.
It had 500,
Just that.
500 foot pier and built a bulkhead.
So this is all these lots are gonna be slightly different because we're following the shoreline, but.
Can you go out so we can get a better idea where we're at?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
There was a fishing cabin. We call it a cabin.
So. Yeah, one more time. All right, so, 188 is down here.
Okay,
And if you take this turn off 188. There's 188 down here. So 188 is way down here. So if you ever are driving to Sinton and you look way off in the distance and you see these weird things at this shrimp farm out here, there's actually a bunch of houses out even further past it.
oh,
And that's,
okay.
that's Agri. Yeah. Mouth of the Aransas River,
And the Chiltern.
right next to base.
You got the Chiltern Creek and the James River both tying together there from that.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's where it is, up the way. All right, so our sales are gonna show where our property values come from. There's, the first one is a land sale. So it is a sale of a really comparable property, this looks like.
Oh, let's take that.
Yeah, Scott, can we just pull that up on Picto 63988?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a, well, it doesn't have a, it's kind of a washed out shoreline, but it's a little shorter and a little wider, but they end up being the same square footage.
But if you look at that, one, it's washed.
It is pretty washed out.
Yeah.
It's washed out, but it's wide. Anyways, so that one sold for 132.
I'm trying to figure out where that one is.
So you're right here, and just keep going a little bit. There's an empty lot there. Someone sold it for 132. You know, based on that one sale alone, it would indicate a value for the subject at 133. As it's a really good comp.
How many lots is there?
I don't know how many, it's only one platted lot, I think, because of the way this thing's set up. Oh, no, it's not, it's half of 28 and all of 29. The thing is, though, it's the same square foot. You know, maybe the frontage is a little better because they've got wider frontage than you, but it's all messed up, like really rinsed out. Needs a lot done to it. But anyways, if we look back at our grid real quick, so not only is this indicating 133 and we have 139 on the subject, but this one sold for 132 and we have 138. So those are like way within the tolerances for, you know, a mass appraisal, but if we only looked at this one, that's what we'd be getting. The other way to get land values is to abstract them out of sales of improved property. So basically what I think Scott did this, he put in the work to make sure that this was doing this correctly. Originally, usually wanted comp land to
what you got.
homes. So what we do is we just
Took out the house.
take the sale of the house and then we remove.
Say was, what were the property where you get the most bang for the buck on the property is the water frontage. My property is real narrow and long, but I don't have much more, I don't have that much water property. That lot on the left there has a lot of water frontage.
I'll just tell you, we hear it both ways. I hear it both ways. I mean, I literally have neighbors in Key Allegro. One is a really long lot, and one is a narrow lot. And both of them tell me that they would trade for the others. Would you really? I don't know. One was like, well, his lot doesn't have to pay for 120 feet of bulkhead. That's terrible. And I'd much rather a shorter lot. I can only put one house on it anyway. And the other one says, look at all this great frontage they have. They have all this shoreline. It's so awesome.
But another piece of property also had a lot of water damage in the front there, so.
Yeah.
Decreased the usable size of the property, I'm sure.
So the other sales we have out here have homes on. You take the value of the house out, That's where you end up getting the 146 and whatever comp 3 is. So the median is 146. I'll just say, you know, this couldn't have, you know, whatever it was last year. It's a 115, I don't know if that was our number or whatever. But this is telling you, okay, well, it can't stay 115. But the one empty lot sale would put it at 133 or whatever. So, like I said, it's within the tolerances for what we did, but that's kind of a plausible argument. The equity grid, it's on it. Everybody's the same place.
Yeah, we were in a recession, you know, with people having to pay taxes. during the recession.
So on January 1st, part of market value is prevailing market conditions. January 1st of 22, there was no recession. There was a pending recession. I don't think we're even in a
Yeah,
recession.
when do we pay our tax?
The end of the year. Based on your value as of January.
I mean, you know, you got, it's, I mean, what the people gonna do?
That's what a recession is. It sucks.
Yeah, it don't help if you raise taxes during a recession.
Well, we don't deal with taxes. We're just trying to find out what the property
That's
value
all
is.
part of it.
Yeah.
You gotta pay the taxes or you don't have it.
Right. So fundamentally, the reason we're figuring out what your property is really worth on January 1st is to figure out what's fair in terms of taxing. The Constitution says it should be taxed according to the value of the property. So pretty straightforward in terms of taxation. We just figure out what the market value is.
Okay, 20.
Yes, ma'am.
You have, 7 minutes, if you need them, to ask any questions or make your presentation.
No, I just, when I bought that place, I spent 16 years working on it. And I was virtually lost everything during the storm. Put a bulkhead in, it's gone. Put a 500-foot pier in, it's gone. Had the fishing cabin, it's gone. I mean, I'm not gonna get near what I should for it because it's in such a bad shape. And whoever comes in and buys that's gonna have to redo the bulkhead and redo a pier. Not to mention the. We're in a position where right now, I don't want to have to lose the place. But I'm in a position where I can't right now, financially, I'm disabled and fixed income. I can't keep raising the taxes on it. I'm gonna get to the point where I'm gonna sell it.
Okay, but taxes haven't come out yet. That's a separate issue.
It comes out of the same checking account.
No.
No.
So like last year,
I'm
property.
talking about my checking account.
Yeah, no, what she's saying is the tax rate hasn't been set. For example, last year, property value went up because of all kinds of things, market conditions, inflation, competition. But we didn't have that many new homes. Basically, all the existing houses just grew in value just because it's 2021. That happened. So the taxing units did what they're supposed to do around here, actually. They responsibly lowered the tax rate. So they're not trying to levy more dollars just because property values. Like if the inventory goes up because you're building a whole new neighborhood, that makes sense. Taxes have to go up. You gotta pay for these kids to go to school and for more police and that kind of thing. But when property values are just going up just because that's what the market's
Yeah, but
doing,
because all my
the rate,
children are in home, why did I have to pay more tax?
but I'm saying the rate went down. So that's what happens when the
It's going
values go up.
it's going up last year, 24,000.
Yeah, okay,
It's not going down.
hang on, there's a difference. You need to keep in mind the difference between an appraisal and taxes. Because what the point of the process that we're in right now is the whole county is being appraised. Values are being set on properties, raw land, houses / improvements and that type of thing. That
then sets a value for the whole county. Now, once that is determined, that value is passed over to the taxing entities, the school districts, the county, the NAV district, and so on. And they look at the available value based on appraisals, what their requirements are to support that, and they come up with a tax rate. And what Eamon indicated is last year, for example, appraisals went up, but the tax rates went down because they didn't need to fund as much new stuff, okay? We don't know what's gonna happen with the tax rate. We
have nothing to do with.
and we don't have anything to do with it, setting the tax rate. Okay, that's done by each of the taxing entities, the school district, the county, the city, the NAV, and so on and so forth. So while it may look like, and it may feel obviously, that since your appraised value went up, you might assume that your taxes are gonna go up. We just don't know. You don't know either.
I know one thing, since I've owned that place, the taxes have never gone down.
Right.
Well,
And all they've done is gone up.
yeah,
That's just the cost of running a school is going up.
Yeah.
The time you own it, but they're levying more money. Even if your value never changed over time, you can't expect to pay the same taxes in 2022 you did in 2000.
I've been paying school taxes since I was 19 years old,
but the other thing that I'll point out
and I don't
is
have any kids in school anymore.
okay.
Well, it's not a private school.
The Texas tax code, the law says that appraisals need to be done at a minimum at market value. That means that the law says these guys have to look at what are things selling for, that what is market value? Market value is primarily driven from what things are selling for. And that's one of the key pieces of information that determines what appraisals are done, are set at. So even though, it may not feel right, or it's annoying that people are coming in and paying a lot of money for properties, but if I look at comparable sales in your area, they've gone up 132. Somebody paid 400,000. Now that includes a house. There's another property.
The market.
Everything's, people are paying more. Okay.
Number is that average median level for sales from land like yours in Avery Island is $146,960, which is significantly more than what you're currently being noted for. So if you were to go and sell this piece of property, you would get more than likely significantly more than $139,000 that you're getting assessed for.
I've got a friend of mine that's in the real estate business. And she's been telling me the market's been going up out there, but not that much. They actually have land for sale that they've been trying to sell out there for about 4 years. And they haven't sold a single lot.
Well, we can only point to what's actually happening.
Well, it depends. I mean, you got some real nice homes that are built over there. And every one of them got a nice bulkhead with the concrete or the engineered. And they got, that's worth it. But I mean, I'm just sitting there with a lot that's basically everything on it's got to be rebuilt.
Somebody will come along and want that piece of property and.
Because they want to build it their own way.
That doesn't make it right. It's not.
Well,
I don't feel that it's worth that.
We have to move along. Anything else you want to add? No. Randy, what you want to add?
No, man. That's it. I appreciate y'all's time.
Yeah, trying to explain.
And I didn't mean to.
Oh, no, not at all.
Just trying to explain to you.
Basically, what I wanted was a place to go fishing, my family fish, and I'm being priced out. It's not a fishing camp anymore. It's just, most people aren't living out there, they're renting the houses out.
And we understand that. We run into that in the neighborhood too.
Where a normal individual can't own it, anything on the water, because they just tax them out of the property.
I'm gonna make a motion on.
We understand.
ARB needs to move on with other cases. This is case ID 2022-1315. Account 18701, which is 116 Agree Road Taft. Addressing incorrect market value and attribute levels. Its opinion of the appraisal review board that the district has shown that the currently known value of 139,320 is significantly below the average market value, and that's a little bit below the equity value. So we're going to recommend leaving it as it is at 139,320.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Wish we could do more, but again, the data indicates a different story.
Appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
That is like something in business.
No worries.
Bye.
Thank you all very much.
There's anybody else out there?
Yeah, there's two people here for the 3 o'clock. What if the storage is heavy as that one? A little bit,
It's not that automatically.
it's a little strong.
It's very.
Yeah. It's strong for us and.
Well, he had a team and he was like
Yeah.
balancing.
And I personally don't even understand why we need a door closer.
Well, I think we could at least like release it so that it's not so tight
Yeah.
No, I think the,
or adjust.
Is there a code thing that says it's gotta have that?
it probably is more for, keep preventing it from slamming.
Just let it go. And it
Yeah,
doesn't-
okay.
But I do think it's too heavy.
Yeah.
Cause somebody's gonna fall over and then it's gonna be.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna whack it in the-
We had those dividers in our building before. They were like cubicle dividers, and somebody. Guy was like real agitated and really upset, like about something scatterbrained his spouse with him. And he had like a cane, I think, maybe even a walker. But for some reason, he just transferred over to that little cardboard pony one, and it just went straight over, and it was like, Mike is like hyper conscientious about stuff like that. He was like, oh no, this is turbo cup at 88, So he was like, that's why there's all those papers everywhere. He's like, don't touch or lean on this thing, and it's like, I would just like to figure out a solution how we don't cover the room.
Yeah, it's not so bad coming in. It's going down.
Yeah, it's pulling and changing hands and even for us, I mean. I don't know how it is. How does that create the problem?
Yeah, it's heavy, and the other one.
We are on 3 o'clock now.
Yay.
Case number 1403, count number 30632.
Well,
Something to eat a little.
As of now, we do have one more after this.
we still got time to get some more.
Yeah.
You gotta run out in the street and get some more.
So my bounty hunters out to go collect.
Thank you.
What is the rule for that for people in person? They got 15 minutes.
It's 15 for either in person or remote.
What about affidavits? You have any of those with me?
No affidavits.
Okay.
Nothing. 103.
Better than letters.
You like affidavits better than letters? Okay.
Yep.
Well, maybe no. Yeah. Well, there was a break in there. I missed that. Did you notice the break?
I put it right by there. Now we're on 3. Yeah, got it.
You're gonna make the head of the table?
Okay.
Well,
Bet you're Michelle.
Yeah.
We're so bright. I figured it wasn't Kirk. It's uncanny natural recognizing now.
Weird question, but when you're, you know, it's a protest, fill this out in that typewriter.
Yes, I did.
That's all. The first one I really seen.
Yeah, me.
We can read it.
Well, you couldn't read my handwriting, so I was.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, I have some administrative stuff to run through first. And at some point, you'll be asked to swear in, and when we get to that point, Beth will help you do that. So we are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1403. Count number 30632, 113 Wildwood in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And I'm looking at the protest. Market and equity values are under protest, okay? We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So the 3 of us are the ARB, and Burke at the end of the table is the representatives from the district, and Beth and Scott in the back are also from the appraisal district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using a survey form, which is conveniently left over there. A copy of it will also be included in the determination package that will be mailed to you after the hearing to document the results of the hearing. And you can also take the survey online if you like, and information on how to do that is at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer on the process. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I see we have a little bit of evidence here. You have submitted everything that you intend to reference as evidence. Okay, good. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have communicated with the person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at the time.
I'm gonna read the statement that starts with I do out loud, please.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Michelle Lee.
I am Bert, solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District. Truly correct.
Michelle, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board. Fine. Under the survey form there on your left hand is a chart, which is the hearing procedure times. How we're going to run the hearing today. It's one of two forms. Either you can present first. Help yourself. Okay, either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first. But you get to choose whether you present first or the district.
I guess the district. I've never done this before, so.
That's fine, it's perfectly fine. Okay.
Okay, so this is property ID 30632, single family residential home in Peninsula Oaks. It is on Wildwood. Let me zoom out a little bit. Sort of Griffith is gonna be over here. Or not Sunset, sorry. So Griffith is that way. That's a little, Live Oak.
Elementary.
Yeah. That's right, I grew up right there, but never to the elementary part, it's just Live Oak. I never thought of that. So, yeah, there you go, this is me, you know, Sunset right here off Market Street, and then there's Oak Lane, and then there's like Ivy, Wildwood, Myrtle, Bailey.
Very side, yeah.
Yeah. It's a little cul-de-sac there. Okay, so, well, I'll just. Okay, let's just look at this. So the first comp is 115 Wildwood. It's actually the neighboring house. It sold for 176 last year. And then we have that as a verified sale number. So it indicates a value for the subject at 172. And then there's sales on Winding Way, Griffith, and Greenway, really comparable homes, same neighborhood. The median indicated value for the subject, if it was to sell like these other things sold, would be 192,000, basically 193. They were noticed at 183. Let's see. So we're having to adjust the whole neighborhood based on the whole neighborhood. And then the equity grid this is just other properties, Griffith, Wildwood, that are similar homes to see, are we appraising this property, in some abnormal manner? And when adjusted to be like the subject, the median indicated value is 185.66. Pass a little equity test. And then there's a sales ratio report that showed we are 5% below in Peninsula Oaks. If I can, just in the interest of speeding things along a little bit, I'm going to kind of anticipate something a little bit, because it's on your notes, something about your value compared to the other ones on the street. So yours and the neighbor are both higher than kind of the general level of the street.
Like drastically.
And it's because they were put up for sale. When they're put up for sale, they're described, there's pictures of the inside, people bring them to market, they're gonna fix the leaky water heater or whatever. And they're gonna explain what they did. So whenever we're looking at property, all we can see is the outside of the home. These neighborhoods look like bizarrely identical. They look exactly the same. But the inside of the house, we have no idea what the condition is until they get listed. When they get listed, they get updated. So we have no way of knowing for sure. You just look at the picture real quick. Sorry, lost my picture. Well, you can just go up to the picture page in the evidence. Okay, sure. Page 2. I'm just gonna give a sense of bearings of where you are. So this is the subject, and I think.
No, they're the corner lot, the one that you're referring to, 115
Yeah,
is the corner lot. Right next to, so to the left of us, yes, because they have a giant double lot, and that's my concern, is that they have over a quarter acre. And we don't even, I mean, we're at 9,000 square feet. So they have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, their house, the house is larger, the property is larger, and they're still valued less than.
Okay, so let's hang on, maybe go through this.
yeah, so generally speaking, if this one gets put up for sale and we know what condition it's in, there's no way for us to know, is this house on the inside complete disrepair and just rot and terrible and outdated everything? Or is it fully remodeled 2 years ago? There's no way for us to know. So unless something is obvious from when we drive around or look at an aerial or something, or if we get a permit for it, the effective age, these things are always going to depreciate. When things get listed for sale, you find out, hey, this place is in better condition. So the odds are that there's several homes on the street in better condition than we think they are. That's pretty good odds. But there's also probably some stuff on the street that inside is really not great. Just somebody who hasn't really taken care of their house. So let's look at, it's 30631. Yeah, I mean, I'll point out, we're high on sale. We're at 191 that sold for 160. So the subject was a sale in 2020. We have 164 for that. And so we would expect some appreciation. But should probably be good set.
House next to it, just pointed out, she's pointed out this isolates bigger lot, it's been totally updated in the whole house. And it's basically caps out at 172, and she's at 192, that's a pretty big difference, so. I'm comfortable with 172, 172.
Okay, let's see what she has to say.
That works for me. You're happy, but that's fine.
Okay.
I'm just trying to keep my kid in schools here. And I tell you what, in the last 2 years, just from the taxes and insurance, our house payment has gone up by $250. Just from like Jimmy Cricket's, the purpose of buying a house was to get out of the rent inflation.
The insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, the insurance is filling.
Yeah, no, I just want to point out, not that it's terribly big consideration, but it's good you have a homestead exemption. And you were capped, your appraisal increase that was at 183 actually got capped to 179 because of your homestead exemption, okay? So, not that it's, you don't want to lower appraisal value per se, but yeah, we're going to fall below the cap. So that's okay.
That's okay.
I just want to point it out. Okay.
All right, make it motion on case ID 2020, unless you have something to say.
No, she's fine. She doesn't do anything.
I didn't give her time to change her mind.
I asked if she was.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, case ID 2022-1403, which is account 30632, 113 Wildwood in Vents Oaks, addressing incorrect appraised market value and equity level. It's pending of both the appraisal district and the appraisal review board that we currently know the value of $183,040 to be lowered to $172,000 even.
I second.
All in favor? Got a kicker sometimes. Every now and then you throw it down.
I'm on to the next thing.
Okay, anybody opposed? Okay, so the motion carries.
That was easy.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
You want some candy for the road? It's okay. We didn't have to go through on, did we?
It's like, well, I'm worried in here.
Grab one for your mom too.
No, I'm okay.
That's less than that we have.
Yeah, so thank you.
Did you take this with me? Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys. You have a good day.
Yes. Kathy,
I've already put it back together. But now she can't put it together.
oh, you
Put
can
it
make,
together.
you can do all different kinds of shapes.
Yeah. Square.
Well, it comes in a cube.
Okay.
And if you can get it back in the cube, in the cube form. Yeah, you get a prize.
Like she took it all, yeah, she took it all apart, and it was back together.
Movie Pursuit of Happiness. Start the movie Pursuit of Happiness where he, God on Wall Street. Which is a
Yeah.
Okay, this is case 652.
Is it?
Should be it, for sure.
650.
Yeah, you can find it, you're a better person than I am. 16968 is the account number.
Oh, I got it. It's in the middle of page 7. I think your name was better.
680, yeah.
Ooh, look at that. Okay. Pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, because you can't get it.
I don't know, I just have to get it together. We didn't have.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we're gonna take it away from it in a minute.
No, just leave it down there, that'll keep them occupied. Yeah, the biggest thing is
We're gonna
to
have you right here.
get past the concern of breaking,
Yeah.
but it's got that netted thing. Hello, how are you? Doing pretty good. 6:52. Anna Marie. You go by Anna Marie or Anna or Marie or which?
Actually, Ann.
Ann? Is it okay if I call you that?
Yes.
All right. So I have some administrative stuff to go through. Before we get started on the specifics of your hearing.
Okay.
At some point, you'll be asked to swear in, and when we get to that point, Beth will help you do that. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-652. Count number 16968. Which is 642 Coconut Ridge Road. On the ridge, okay. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest.
Just question you, Ann, you checked, other and saying lot is very small. Did you intend to, protest the value and the equity levels of your property, which is normally what people do, as opposed to just saying a lot is small? Correct. Is that correct? Okay.
You just need to make sure what you intend.
Is there a structure on that?
No, okay.
Okay, we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The three of us around the table are the ARB. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which is just conveniently there on your left hand. You'll also receive a copy of that in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing that documents the result of the hearing. And you can take it online if you so choose. It's information on how to do that is at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So have you submitted everything that you intend to try to reference during the hearing as evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Captain Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I communicated with the person, tax code section 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be up to swearing at this time.
We're gonna start with the statement. I do. You read it out loud.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
State your name, please.
And my stage name, legal name, Anna M. Jenny.
And then just sign them.
Any work is always swear from the testimony of the the appraisal review board, of the Aransas County Appraisal District is truly correct.
Thank you.
You're the third left-handed person we've had.
Today?
Or this afternoon.
Unusual.
Yeah, it is. Okay, and I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. Okay. Oh.
Thank you. It's easier. This way.
Yeah, it does make things easier. On the left side, there is a chart that is the hearing procedure times. That shows how we're going to be running the hearing today. Takes one of two forms. One is if you present first, or the other is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time to present, question, rebut, whatever. You get to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or whether you would like the district to present first.
I would like the district to present first.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
Are you aware that there was an offer, settlement offer made for the property? The value? Or no? Did that message never get to you?
No.
Okay, it was for $75,000.
Okay, let's back up. Who, where would that message have come from?
Probably on the phone or maybe an email.
From the.
It was me, it was me on the phone.
Okay, yes, I remember.
Just
the
like
phone
me as
call.
well.
Okay, okay, so yeah, I just.
Sorry, yes.
For trans, we're all on the same page. Okay, so, to the account 16968, it was
I didn't ask. You understood that there was an offer and you weren't going to accept it, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, fine.
so, yeah, last year it was certified at 50,740. This year it was noticed at 162,000 even. There's the standing offer for 75. You can see a picture of it. It's on Pocono Ridge. It is very small in terms of land area, very small. If we look at the sales grid, right here. So let's see, these two are both improved properties, and this is 151, 161, and then let's look at the next page real quick. These are just land sales. So this is 162 and 168. The interesting thing to note is that the note up there that's at the bottom of this grid, or maybe it's on what pages, I don't know, is that the subject and all the comps are on a front foot basis. The subject is 60 front foot. The front footage of the comps is 120, 60, 50, 51, and 50 and a half. So this little chunk, these four properties are showing you that we put these on a front foot basis and it's working super well. You know, this is kind of to have vacant land and improved land, and it's on a shoreline and all this other stuff. This is kind of, it shows why having this on front foot instead of square footage is like appropriate out here. Because these numbers are all super close to each other. So it just shows people are interested in how much waterfront they get, you know, assuming that they can build on it. The area where the weakness of it, where it falls down, is well, even comp 5 is kind of out, way out. But go back to the picto, so you can just see. Like, this is the subject, and these are lots. There's people do build on these itty bitty things, and they do all kinds of stuff out here. So it's not like you can't do anything, but it's really, it's so small, it's a blue screen. So this is a tiny little lot. It's only this much. So
Can you enlarge that?
anything more. The settlement offer was basically just saying it's probably worth yeah. So like this one and this one, like, oh, this one's got this much more land, but provided they're the same width, what we see is some pretty similar values for these lots. This one probably not. This one's really narrow. Most of them come out to about here. So that's why
You can't even do a septic, can you?
I can do I forget what it's called. It's rather small. And it's the kind that you have to empty out every week. I know there's difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. How old is this bulk?
About 2 years, so maybe.
I think I remember this a lot. This used to be pretty washed out, right?
It was extreme after the hurricane.
Yeah.
It's almost completely
It
gone.
was like this.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember this one.
And then I tried to take it out further, but the state of Texas would not allow me to. do that.
Oh, really? Yeah. Is it still a buildable lot? Yeah, you can build something, right? People do, they can put a house over the whole thing. I mean, it's small, it's tiny, but yeah, you could build something.
Anything else?
No. Yeah, you have 7 minutes to ask questions, make the presentation.
Yeah, this is a repeat performance from last year. We did the same thing.
Okay.
And I know because it was changed from the front footage type measurements to the square footage like we did before. I understand that. But I'm going back to from last year, the lot is still extremely small, as you can see. There's been no further improvement. And the tax amount and value you put it on there is extremely too high, in my opinion, for the size of the lot. And I know you showed a couple of other that do have structures on it. I can understand that. If I had a structure on it, I would probably agree with you. But at this point, I totally disagree that we need to change it from the previous value to the current. And again, based on no further improvements, and the lot remains extremely small.
Have we did this land table change this year? No. Like on that one. Yeah.
How long have you owned the property? If I can.
The front one, that did it change?
I don't know the difference, but yeah.
At least 20 years, if not more.
Yeah.
In our.
And I've been finding the Corps of Engineers and everybody since then to try and
Extend it out.
But that's all they gave me permission to do. It's all based on an antiquated law of the 1800s.
Once you lose it, you lose it.
Yeah, it's almost to the state and federal government. I've been talking to a builder that says maybe I can do a small 1-bedroom structure.
No. The settlement offer was because it definitely is not 160. No, definitely not. And you're gonna give some more time with it.
I also just want to keep it at where we had it previously at 15.
Was it 50,000?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, sorry. Yes.
You're through? Anything else you want to add?
Uh,
ARB. Time to make a decision on what we want to do with the property.
The
Well-
thing is, the values have gone up out there.
Yeah, in part, right. And what I was gonna propose is there was a settlement at 75, it was at 50, so I was gonna suggest 62.5.
And she has a horrible disadvantage with the size of that.
Yeah,
Plus
plus the,
putting something on it that's gonna be livable, livable space, I guess.
the debate going on between the Corps and the state and all that kind of stuff on. There's really not a lot.
65.
Well, that would be my suggestion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion for case ID 2022-652, account 16968.
which is 642 Coconut Ridge Road. Trying to address the market equity value, it's opinion of the Treasury Review Board, that's the current loan value of 162,000, reduced to 62,500.
I second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, Ann,
Got half of it.
we'll see you next year. I'm sorry. I'm not being flip, but
It doesn't need to be the same dollar.
So can you skip it for next year?
I don't know. We're gonna wait. Decision for 6 months from now.
Okay, thank y'all very much. Appreciate it. Now, do I take this with me?
you certainly can.
Really?
There'll be another one in the determination package. If you want.
Thank you, Dean.
Okay.
Okay, have a good day. Yeah. we should.
We had protracted discussions about septic systems last year. We were talking about the number of these properties and,
Yeah. What was that?
yeah, the fact that people are paying to have their tanks drained every,
Every week she was saying.
almost, yeah.
That's a little dead, but yeah.
Yeah.
But they've owned it for 20 years, so. Exactly, so if they had done something in the beginning, they would have had a decent lot, because over the 20 years I was out there, I saw the erosion every year of the storm, and it just kept on creeping in, but then it was doing anything.
And to deal with the poor is just, you ever see the episode of MASH where they're trying to get an autoclave for the hospital?
What? I
It's
remember, but I don't remember.
Where they're, it's what's used to sterilize
Oh, okay.
things. And
They had to
There-
put some other reason.
well, the guy from procurement comes in and he listens to their, you know, he's staring at them. And this was Hawkeye giving this presentation about why they need this. And the guy's listening and just nodding his head and he goes, you can't have one. No reason, he just said you can't. But you can get a machine gun. If you want a machine gun, you know,
I got a few.
fill out this one, you know, blah, blah, stroke 5, you know. This is the same type of thing dealing with the court, right? They just have irrational, in my mind, irrational decisions. I think we are, but I will double check.
Did you get it back? You didn't say it.
Well, it's gonna stay here because I'm not gonna take it home in that state.
That's it. Explain just give it back to her and she'll fix it.
15 minutes late, your fidget cube is in a mess. Where have you been? Find you half dead on the toy aisle of Walmart. Worried about you. I keep making this, I never made that. I keep doing this, and I don't know.
Yeah, see, she always went back to the cube. That was her shame. I think each person develops their own shape, no matter what they do.
I don't, I probably couldn't do it then.
Well, after he gets finished with it.
A few pieces. There is no right way to do it, it's purely work, I think.
So you'll have to try it again tomorrow and see if you're let go. Next one. Oh, we haven't closed it. We need to close out.
Yeah, we will, and
Oh, you went to make sure.
I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything pressing. There is a letter, but she asked us to scan it, and so I said, we'll do it tomorrow.
So,
All this stuff, yeah.
Somebody wants to make a motion to adjourn,
I second,
okay, anybody opposed?
let them die, yeah.
All right. We are adjourned, I think.
We decided we're gonna leave this here till tomorrow, so.
Yeah, the two of you can stick around for it, we're.
You guys, I can swear.
Oh, sure.
Now you're making me feel really good.
And it's one of those things, you just can't figure out how to like get it back, it just kind of
You
shows
know,
up.
that's the thing, like,
Thank you.
actually.
Did we adjourn?
Really slow.
We did adjourn.